My name is Jordan Henshaw.
And my name is Kelly Raybon.
I'm the mechanic.
And I'm the journalist.
Together
we're try and prove it.
Someone has been charged with aggravated murder and is facing the death penalty, so we better figure it out, right?
How do we tell the difference between an assertion that is true and an assertion that is false?
You've got to start with all of the evidence, and you don't have all the evidence just yet.
Okay, well, I have no idea. Whoever, but it's a dot.
Where's the dot?
Right there.
Science is not absolute. It doesn't say this is what happened for sure. It says this is the best explanation we have.
3, start sequence. 1. If one picture is worth 1,000 words, one field demonstration is worth 100 internet conspiracy theories. I'm gonna ask something at the risk of, being wrong, okay? But we're all just friends here. We're all just talking.
Good evening, everyone. We are back here tonight to talk about the context of the Charlie Kirk case and how it stacks up against other cases so that we can figure out what's normal and what's not normal. How are you doing, Kelly?
Doing great. Thank you so much, Jordan. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. We appreciate you hanging with us through those few delays there, and we are looking forward to the show. It's going to be a good one.
And tonight we do have a guest scheduled. We're not in contact with the guest right at this moment, though, so it's possible that we'll have the guest come in later during the show. But for now, we're going to start off with the segment about the context, which is what the stream is titled. We had a phone conversation, Kelly and I, where Kelly kind of brought up the idea that there's a lot of information that people are missing on this case that would help you interpret the things that the government is doing. So I have an opening monologue here to get us started, and then I'll push it over to Kelly. All right, so tonight is about finding whether or not the government is giving valid excuses for not releasing more information on the Charlie Kirk case. Why aren't they releasing more footage? Shouldn't they be? Isn't it normal to? Are their excuses real or are they BS? How do we know? Before I worked on this case, I worked on the Chris Watts familicide case. What I focused on in that case was psychological profiles, the patterns and behavior that caused ordinary people to do extraordinary things. I learned that a common mistake people make when they analyze a person's psychology is they look at one behavior by itself and do not consider the larger context it comes from. They don't get a baseline. They don't know what normal is, so how can they say what's abnormal? That's what tonight's show is about. Tonight, we will explore not just the Tyler Robinson and Charlie Kirk case, but a myriad of other cases that make up its contextual background. We want to see what's normal. The government has given many excuses for not providing information in the Charlie Kirk case. So tonight, we will see if those excuses are normal or if they are not normal. If we find the same excuses in the background, we should have faith that at least they aren't lying to us about that. But if we don't find those same excuses in the background, then what? This approach is the professional method. How do we know the things we assert to actually be true? By performing tests, by exploring context, and by limiting that which we say to what we can actually know. We interrogate the boundary between what we do know and what we don't know, and we seek out experts to guide us through what we don't know. Tonight, we are exploring how we know, or may not know, that this case stands out. What do the cops normally actually do? We need to check and see. Kelly comes at this case with over a decade of experience as a professional, trained, credentialed investigative reporter. She'll bring practical, real-world experience to the table tonight to help us see what's normal. My role tonight will be to ask questions, interrogate answers, and remain skeptical of any conclusion we draw. And without further ado, I will turn it over to Kelly to give us a primer on how her experience prompted us to do this particular show.
Thank you, Jordan. That was a great introduction and the perfect way to set up this segment. So, as Jordan mentioned, I've spent over a decade working as a television investigative reporter all over the country. while records laws might vary from state to state, at the end of the day, I have covered cops and courts, crimes all over the country. Okay. And, whether you look at state cases or even federal cases, some of which we will discuss this evening during this segment, there are plenty of examples in which law enforcement felt the need to release surveillance video early on in the case. And I think it begs the question, why were only a few clips released that were stills? And what were we not seeing? What are we not seeing in those? Even when it comes to some of the other video, I think that has made its rounds in this case, I say it's just as important to think about what you're seeing on camera, but what are you not seeing in the background? What are you not seeing for context? So let's go ahead, Jordan, shall we, and talk about a couple of specific incidents?
Yeah. So the first one I have pulled up here is the Luigi Mangione case. We have video. Okay. The first question I have is why, that a lot of people have, in the Tyler Robinson case, how come they cut the video of him running off the roof well after the shot takes place? How come they can't show us that video?
Mhm.
They say, oh, maybe it's too traumatic or something. But you look at the Luigi Mangione case, and they released the full video of the up close shooting. We can't show it here, but they released that video of the shooting, like up close and personal. It was blurred out a little bit, but they released that video. So let me see if I can pull that in here.
Perfect. And while you're doing that, I would like to also encourage everyone in the chat, if you can think of an example of a high profile case, and I'm using high profile as our bar here, just because I'm thinking they may, that may be their pushback as to why. So let's try to get as close to like apples and apples as we can, right? But if you can think of a high profile case, please feel free to, in which surveillance video was released, please feel free to drop that in the chat. And thank you, Trigger Smart, for being in the house and telling everybody to hit that like.
And I do have a video pulled up here. So we'll go into here and go into here. So this cuts before the action, so we won't get censored on YouTube. So we have that frame there. Why can't we have that frame for Tyler Robinson? Does anyone know the answer to that? And we're playing through. And then we have the aftermath there. And they did release the full video. It's just that this news agency decided to remove the actual shooting part. The other interesting thing is we have body camera video as well. Let me get this off to make sure it's okay. And then I will show that. They have how come we can't have the body cam of any of these officers when right here we have body cam of them approaching Luigi Mangione? Why can't we have the footage of him arriving at the police station? Why can't we have the footage of the police officer who was first to respond to the rooftop? We get that footage from, the Butler shooting. Why can't we have that here?
Mm-hmm.
This is when
and I want to interject, sorry, Jordan, to say that just since we're going to be going through several of these, that way we're clear about what we're talking about. You mean released publicly before trial. And yes, that is the concept that we're talking about here, is putting out this kind of critical video well before trial, in those really critical hours right after the incident. especially when you're still looking for the suspect. But even if you've already apprehended the suspect, as we will go on to show in a bit, it happens.
Like, you really need to interrogate exactly where that line truly is, as far as, oh, if we release this video, then it will influence the jury pool. Where is that line actually? And what is the precedent for actually setting that line when we look at these other cases? So it seems like with the I really struggle with saying his name, with the Luigi Mangione case, it seems like they had no trouble at all releasing all this video footage. I don't know that there's any video footage that's missing that we would expect that we don't see. We see the entire shooting, albeit with a little bit of blur, and we see his arrest, and that's pretty much all we would expect to see, and we see it. What do I expect to see with Tyler Robinson? I expect to see his arrest, or I expect to see him walking into the police station. I expect to see police body cam of responding to the scene. But we're told that we're not allowed to see any of it because there's a pending trial. Well, there's a pending trial for Mangione as well. So why doesn't it apply equally there, is my question. Mm-hmm. So the next one, take off the Migos rapper. I don't know as much about that. Kelly, can you tell us what that case was about?
Sure, I'm happy to. So this was a few years ago in Houston. There was kind of a late night party happening at a business. So I think maybe they were playing cards. They were playing some sort of betting game. And there's a popular rap group, Migos, and Takeoff. It's got three guys in it: Migos, Quavo, and Offset. So one of the guys, there were two of the three in Houston that night at this event, and one of them sadly was shot and killed. So what happened, there was a large group of people, probably 30, 40 people that had kind of left the venue at this time. Maybe there was a fight, some kind of disagreement over some bets. And when the shot was fired, there was someone who was rolling on their cell phone. And so you want to show that video?
I'm sorry. What was the question? My apologies.
Oh, we can just, if we want to show that video, I was just giving the background.
Which video?
The Takeoff video.
Which video?
Oh, well, I see you have one that's pulled up.
I was trying to pull up the one of the nurse. Is that the one you're talking about?
Oh, we can do that too.
Which one did
so I
you
can
have
set
in
that
mind?
one up. There's the cell phone. There was like the cell phone video that made the rounds because, that was the closest thing in that moment.
Oh, I have the playlist right here. You can tell me which one in the playlist.
Okay. Everyone is very impressed that I keep up with the rap game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a specific one in here you would like to see?
Oh gosh, it's so small on my screen. Hold on. Let's see. I'm sure there's one that says something about, the...
You said the cell phone footage?
Yeah.
I remember, hold on, maybe I sent it to you.
Yeah, you had sent it to me as well. It was in both of the messages that we had exchanged. So I can continue talking. You got it? Okay, perfect.
I sent to you. Right?
Now, part of the reason why this video was super important was because initially they did not have a suspect, right? And there are also worries about, gang or suspicions, of course, of gang violence, and people just have a tendency to keep quiet. That's just, it's just part of the culture. Here we go.
Right. Is this the video?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
And so you can see Quavo. He is one of the members of Migos. He's the uncle of Takeoff. And then we can't hear it, but that's okay.
I can turn it on if you'd like.
I mean,
Can you hear it now?
yeah.
Now, the important thing to consider here is this is not official security cam footage that would have been released by the government. This would be more comparable to the cell phone footage of Charlie Kirk that we do have. So this is not, I don't think, an example of, oh my God, they showed us this for that shooting, but they won't show it to us for this shooting, right?
Well, true, but I would also say that they didn't stop it from being released either. You know, that footage was important to them because they needed to be able to identify whoever they could there, right? They were looking for witnesses. They were looking for suspects. You know, they were looking to talk to as many people as possible. And so I think that, you know, there was a motivation to solve the crime. Whereas
But
here,
did they stop? Here's the one. This is the one I was looking for. Did they stop anyone from releasing Charlie Kirk videos?
It's hard to say. I think that there has been a suspicion that we should have seen a whole lot more video from the scene on September 10th.
We do have a lot of videos, but it does seem like there should be more. I agree. I think this is the nurse video. So this is important because it kind of shows you the contrast between the way a real working nurse behaved, or at least reported she behaved at the scene of a shooting, compared to sort of some of the colorful terminology and language that Brian Harpole and others use to describe their actions at the Charlie Kirk scene. Take a look.
From a nurse who rushed to the aid of rapper Takeoff, who was shot and killed just outside of a bowling alley in downtown Houston early Tuesday morning. KPRC2's Devin Clark live tonight outside of 8.
Nurse who does not want to be identified lives near 810 Billiards and Bowling, downtown Houston, where hip-hop superstar Takeoff was killed early Tuesday morning. Today, she says she's still traumatized.
I heard pow, 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 and it stopped.
TMZ sent us this cell phone video of the incident. The nurse not being there says she thought it was an active shooter situation.
In my head at that moment, I'm thinking, I'm not going anywhere.
But then she says she heard a sound she could not ignore as a first responder.
He was screaming, ah! So I'm thinking that's the victim.
When she went to render aid, she says she learned the man screaming was not the shooting victim, but Quavo, Takeoff's uncle. She says Takeoff himself was unresponsive.
His eyes were rolled back and fixed. And I saw a pile of blood behind his head. So the first thing to do is to put pressure on the wound. That was too late. I checked his pulse.
While she says as a nurse, she can't pronounce people dead, she believes the 28-year-old Atlanta native was already gone. The nurse also says it wasn't until the following day that she realized who Takeoff was, but his fame makes no difference. She says she would have helped anyone in that situation, and she's praying for everyone who is close to the Atlanta native rapper. She's also praying that whoever did this comes forward and the public can help with that if anyone out there has any information.
Okay, so what did we hear there, Kara? What did we hear there, Kelly?
So I think there were two things. There were a few things there, but two important things. I know that this is a slight deviation from the overall topic of, police not releasing video. But when it comes to the CK case, if we're comparing that to the presentation of Brian Harpole, for example, I mean, this nurse identifies that one, she's got a shooting victim and she needs to put pressure to the wound. And two, what a concept, right? What a concept. And we don't have any evidence of them doing that, as they're whisking him away like a rag doll off of the scene. He just flopping everywhere. No protection on the neck, anything. Anyway, and then also the way that she describes, the way she describes his eyes to me was different as well. And then the pulse. I mean, right away, she says, apply pressure to the wound and check the pulse. And Brian Harple actually says that he didn't even check his pulse, that it wasn't important because he'd already determined that, he had doll eyes.
We took one look and we already knew he was dead. He was already gone. Up on that wall where I actually went up on that wall last Thursday about this time. Charlie's dead, you guys. He's gone. It's over. What I took from that was her language was very matter of fact. There was no attempt to dramatize, no attempt to make yourself seem a certain way, just recounting what happened without additional flavoring. And, we see the opposite of that with, Mikey McCoy, his dad, Brian Harple. It's all dramatization. It all feels like it's meant to make you feel something.
To sell the story. It's what it feels like. Y'all want to put a 1 in the chat if you think that any of those comments after the fact felt like it was to sell the story.
Yeah, he was too busy. Brian Harple was too busy trying to make himself out to be a hero than to focus on what the medically correct narrative would be. He could have went back and said, okay, well, if I was a real medical professional, this is what I would have said. I would have checked for a pulse. I would have assumed he was still alive. I would have put pressure on the wound. And then he could have said, that's what I did in the moment. But no, he wanted to dramatize it. He wanted to make himself the hero. Okay. The next video, is there another video we should play of the rapper case, or should we move on?
I think that kind of covers it. Is that, yeah, we've got a couple of examples there.
Okay. Another one that I find interesting is the George Floyd case. We have footage released of that, body cam footage, I think. Don't we have, was that bystander footage or was that body cam footage? When did we get the body cam footage? Do we know that?
It might have taken a couple of days. I'm quite sure it wasn't instantaneously.
George Floyd body cam footage. Because, oh yeah, we do have body cam footage. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we definitely did get it. I just don't remember exactly when. And I think,
yeah, we have body cam footage. I've been to that street before, by the way. I've been there.
Before or after?
After. This was 5 years ago. So I think that would have been pre-trial. Yeah, this would have been pre-trial for sure. It wasn't that long ago. August 10th, 2020. When was George Floyd? August 10th, 2020.
I think it was.
No. When was George Floyd? That was May 25th. So this was very short after when they released this body cam footage. Why can't we have a single frame of body cam footage of the Charlie Kirk thing? Does anyone know the answer to that? It seems weird to me. 25 May, yeah. Okay, then the next one, and that's important because we need the body cam footage from Charlie Kirk to see the cop who was in the charging document and all the other documents. Where did he go? And how was this narrative set? And apparently there's some missing time. I think we were both in a Spaces or something a little while ago where we were talking about how it took him 20 minutes or something to get from point A to point B, which is odd. So we kind of need to see that footage, I think. And we should be able to. That's not going to sway a jury. The context tells us that they do release body cam footage. and the excuse of, oh, there's a pending trial isn't good enough. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. But especially in those early hours that we were talking about, it's so critical, right? That you're trying to identify this unknown suspect. And if there's anything about that person that could be that would offer some kind of unique characteristic, seeing him walk, seeing some sort of feature, I mean, those
Exactly.
those those fuzzy still photos didn't do it. They didn't do it, regardless of if they looked
But
like the person who is Tyler Robinson, who we see in court, or not. The still photos don't cut it.
because those cameras, and I saw the camera myself up close in person that took that stairwell video, that's just a normal camera. That's not like an old, like I've worked on that same kind of camera before. It's not an old camera. It's not a one frame every 5 second camera. It would have shot normal video at normal frame rate. So the video should exist unless they have their, it's not DVR, I forget what it's, NVR is what it's called. Unless they have their NVR settings set to where it only captures one frame every 5 seconds, they should have the video. And the video itself, and not just the frames here and there, but the video is important to their investigation in those initial hours because that helps you identify the subject. People have different gaits, and that can help you identify the subject. And if there's like 20,000 missing frames, you're not going to get as good a look. So you're shooting yourself in the foot by doing that. And
Mm-hmm.
you clearly have no issue releasing the video, but it's that you don't want to show the actual video. You only want to show screenshots of the video. And why is it important that we see the actual video, Kelly?
Well, because we don't know what we can't see. I mean, that could be evidence that exonerates a person.
Well, there's a specific thing, remember?
What? Sorry, I'm not sure.
What did he have a rifle in his pants?
Well, yeah, if that's the story, I mean, we need to be
Yeah.
able to see that. Exactly. And that's what I mean by could the video exonerate him in comparison to the narrative that has been painted? Or, as I was about to say, like, do the photos just help to tell the state's story of premeditation and whatever has been neatly crafted? And by the time, here we are now 8 months out, the country, with the exception of those of us who are still digging every day and watching these streams and talking about it and have curiosity and discernment, right? The general public thinks, oh, well, that must have been the guy because that's what they said. That's who they arrested. That's who I keep seeing, on TV in court. Must have done it.
But the there is maybe he wasn't walking weird. Maybe he was walking up the staircase normally. We cannot tell from the one frame every 5 seconds. We could tell from the actual video. So why did they decide to only show us one frame every 5 seconds?
So they could paint a certain narrative.
Maybe.
I mean, that's what one would believe. It gives enough opportunity to leave questions that can paint a certain narrative. But if the goal really truly was to find this person, this suspect who was unknown, right, then you would think that it would be important to show, oh, look at this funny walk early on. But in fact, also, I went back and looked, and it does seem that the photos and I mean, there was never video of the stairwell, for instance, released. But I mean, a lot of this stuff was released after it appears that Tyler was already in police custody.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other sketchy thing.
Let's go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, since that is going
Yes.
to also have a trial. What footage did they release? They released all the footage. They released all the security cam footage, not like one frame, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then another frame, 2,
Mhm.
3, 4, and then another. No, they released the video footage. It took a few days. We had the AI version, which was like someone took a phone recording of a screen with a smaller screen inside the screen, and then someone upscaled it with AI so that everyone now freaks out, thinks the whole thing is AI, which it kind of was. But they released the raw security cam footage of the White House shooting. How come that's not going to sway the jury for that guy? But if they do the same for Tyler Robinson, it will sway the jury. Is that perhaps because they need to sway the jury the wrong direction?
Could be. Could be. And I think it's worth adding also that, say what you want about the ACLU, but the ACLU and other advocates do argue that video of, either the use of deadly force or other, video of major public interest incidents should be released by default and not held back at police discretion.
And let's go ahead and play that video now, shall we? So this is what they released for that one. How come they can't release the same for Charlie Kirk? And then there's another one where he's in the gym or something, right?
Yes.
How come they can't show that of, maybe it's in this one?
Yep.
Yeah,
There you
here
go.
it is. How come they
Thanks,
can't
nice
show us this for Tyler Robinson? How come we don't have the security cam footage of him entering the police station? I want to know why. Because that's
just
really
so
important.
happened to, get deleted, disappear, not be available.
These excuses that they give just aren't good enough. This is the actual part here, I think.
They all seem to be conveniently favoring one side.
We're now at 35 minutes. Is there any other? So Kelly, the reason you brought this up initially was because you have experience from your reporter days. Are there any specific cases that come to mind that sort of prompt you to think about this from your reporter days?
Yeah. So I look, from early on, I kind of laugh. I say back in the old days, before I had my own channel where I was streaming and I was a guest on Paramount Tactical. I was a guest on Gary Melton's show. I talked about the Aurora Theater shooting, and I was a reporter in Denver, Colorado at the time of the theater shooting. I will never forget, being woken up that night and going into the station reporting and the tragedy of that day and investigating that entire ordeal. But there was so much video and evidence that was even quite immediately released about James Holmes, the shooter, that it's like it does not even compare. And it became such a stark contrast to me from the beginning of like, that is a legit case. This does not feel legit to me, given that in the theater shooting case, the police, the DA's office, victims' families, everyone, they wanted to stop saying his name and they wanted to stop seeing his photo on the screen. But it's the very opposite of this case. Every chance you turn around, it is Tyler Robinson, it's his face on the screen. You see this from the TPUSA people. You see this from, you know, from Kash Patel to the locals, right? And it's because I feel that they need to continue to reinforce the narrative and make up for evidence that does not exist.
That man. I forgive him.
Yeah.
It's all theater. It all feels fake. It all feels like it's meant to make you feel something. It's not freaking real. So what kind of videos did they release for the Aurora shooting?
There was surveillance video of him, you know, of going in. There was of being outside the theater. There was evidence of him practicing at a gun range in advance and purchasing different things from a local hunting store. I remember I had to go to that store one day from him. You know, in and out of his apartment. I mean, there was all kinds of footage that was released. And I mean, he was apprehended right away.
So this is him on a bus, I guess. What kind of work did you do in that case?
You know, it gives me the biggest pit in my stomach because there were two families who I actually went to their homes and was the first one to tell them that their family member had been in the theater.
How did that come about?
Well, it was part of my job, you know, trying to get interviews and things like that. It's just people didn't have knowledge at the time. It was just like it happened in the middle of the night. It happened at like 12:30 at night. And you know, everybody just like scattered, right? And so anyway, it was so many people ended up in the hospital. So many people, you know, ended up like this was in 2012. So July 20th, 2012.
But why isn't that fault of the police?
Well, I mean, you don't know that they are not aware yet that
You don't
they're,
know. Yeah.
yeah.
So were you just doing like news stories on it, or were you trying to figure out what happened?
Yeah. I mean, that was like the early morning out. That was like 7 a.m. You know, I mean, I had to go into work at 3 or 4 a.m. that morning.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks.
Somebody wants to know, how was I the first to tell people? Because I was at the time like on X trying to figure out, you know, who was there. And anyway, I was able to, and then I also got leaked some police documents. I still have those police documents actually. But anyway, I was able through my own networking ways able to figure out who was who and start to identify people who were in the theater. And when you go and knock on the door and the family is like, oh yeah, well, they didn't come home last night. Yeah.
Over 700 hours of video, is that correct?
Oh God. I mean, I don't know. This was in 2012, so I don't even remember. I did. Oh, trigger stop and not ding dong ditch after telling them their loved one died. Stop. No.
Come on, man. That's dirty.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, yeah, no. And then I had to go from there, then to the theater, then to the theater and to the university. And I mean, yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot.
Yeah, that's a sensitive subject. Let's play it nice here. All right, we have our guest for the next segment in the house. So we're going to go to.
I want to add one other thing real quick about that. Sure. Actually, real fast. Sorry. Even with James Holmes being accused, well, I mean, ultimately convicted, but in those early days, being accused of killing many people, hurting many, many people, being in obviously major trouble, his parents spoke. His parents interviewed. So I just want to, just share that.
How
And
soon?
so, God, I don't remember off the top of my head, but within the first few days, we did make contact with them.
And what did they say?
They were devastated.
Yeah.
They were devastated. They wanted to know more. They wanted to understand, They hoped that it wasn't true, but they wanted to understand. So anyway, I just wanted to share that.
It doesn't seem like many people in this case want to understand. It seems like everybody thinks they know everything on day one.
Yeah.
And they don't want to ask questions. They don't feel confused. They don't feel grief. They don't feel any of the normal emotions that people feel when these things happen. They think they know everything. Everything is resolved on day one. We can already forgive Tyler Robinson on day 14? There's no stages of grief. The stages of grief are, denial, bargaining, all these different things. No, we skipped right to merch on this one. So, like I said, we do have our guest here, and it looks like they are properly connected now. So so this next segment here, like we normally do, this show, we oftentimes have guests on who present their own theories on what physically happened to Charlie Kirk. We have a new theory. This individual's name on X, their handle is at X-ray or XRP for me 33. There's that number 33 that you like, Kelly, on X. And his name is, or I keep saying his, I don't know if it's a he or a she, but their name is Truth Equals Freedom. They are in the house. And can you pull up the stream plan, Kelly, where we have the format here, because you will be moderator. And it's kind of sort of be structured debate like we normally do. And Kelly will be moderating. We're going to give it to Truth Equals Freedom initially to present their theory for 5 minutes, and then we're going to go to me, where I'm going to kind of give a rebuttal for 5 minutes, I think, and then we'll do questioning of me, and I'll question them, and then we'll go into audience questions for 10 minutes. So if you have a question for this individual, please post it in the chat, and we'll be sure to start it and ask that question if we can. Do you have it? Let me know when you have it pulled up.
One moment here.
In the meantime, I will go. It's a he says. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and bring him in. Hey, thanks for coming on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So,
pleased to meet you. Glad for having me on your show.
No problem. So I don't know.
Here.
Yeah, we don't know what your theory is. So this is going to be new for us. It's going to be super interesting. We're going to hear it for the first time. So I'll give it to Kelly to start out the first segment.
Okay. Well, as you know, you have been invited to appear on Try and Prove It with us, and our audience is ready to hear from you. All right, let's go ahead and get started with the intro, and just to run through the overall format. You will have 5 minutes to present your theory uninterrupted, and then Jordan will present a brief 5-minute presentation and rebuttal. Then Truth Freedom, you will have another 5 minutes to question Jordan. We'll flip it back. Jordan will have 5 minutes to question you, and then we will have 10 minutes of audience Q&A.
Sure, no problem.
And if there's anything that you would like to say initially to introduce yourself, talk about why you first became interested in the Charlie Kirk case, we'd love to hear more about that.
Okay, well, I've been at this for about 20 years. So whenever one of these things pop up, I just tend to gravitate towards trying to solve them. I was just like everybody else, believed the television, whatever it told me. I never questioned it ever before until something happened at work one night where I had the original, or I had access to original footage, which then one of the largest news stations in the world edited the next day, which drew me to asking my very first question, which I'd never done in my life before. And that just set off a path where it just hasn't stopped for years and years and years. And eventually had me culminating in arriving at the conclusion that the term conspiracy theory actually means when the perpetrators of the crime are not interested in getting to the bottom of something, or do not investigate what they've been tasked with investigating, we are left with the conspiracy theories amongst us, because they're the people who have the actual evidence and direct access to the evidence, whether that are medical records, whether that are witness reports, or just CCTV footage. And that is withheld from us. And they've been the people that were tasked with the authority and paid the salaries to investigate. So we left with these theories. I've lived in America for a year. I've lived in Europe for 20. I'm currently in South Africa, and on a different time zone. So sorry for waking up maybe a little bit late. Can add to the segment. Might surprise you guys. With every single conspiracy theory, I found an inflection point or a smoking gun. And I feel it's important for your audience and for the man on the street to be taken to the most refined and the simplest part of the conspiracy, and not to over-elaborate with complicated jargon and a lot of technical knowledge. So what I mean there is, for example, with 9/11, there's a point, and that point is Building 7, where the laws of physics can be applied, because Building 7 across the street had fallen, which was hidden from us. And with that falling, for the normal person on the street, you'd come to the realization that this has fallen due to controlled demolition of some sort, as opposed to the narrative that has been peddled by the news. With regards to JFK, you have the Texas School Book Depository, Lee Harvey Oswald, shot from 90 degrees behind him, but once again applied the law of physics, and you understand that the shot must have come from the grassy knoll, because the head's propelled in the direction 45 degrees coming from that side. And now again with Charlie Kirk, what I think people should be focusing on here, Jordan's very famous for his air squib theory. John Aaron Bray is famous for the microphone theory, and it was myself who was putting out the necklace pendant being the theory. Now, I think it's vitally important here, as opposed to all three of us arguing and getting the Noddy badge for whose particular theory is correct, that we actually focus on the simplest, most refined form, that all three of us are saying the exact same thing, is that a trick has happened behind the veil. The veil in this case is the T-shirt. So whether the detonation or it has cut a squib, as Jordan says, or whether it's the microphone, I think what we need to be focused on here is something that your audience can all see with their own eyes. And that is that there's a violent motion underneath the T-shirt that occurs prior to the point of impact on the neck. Therefore, we have a government lie and an FBI cover-up, because once again, physics dictate that it's impossible the T-shirt moves before the bullet penetrates or impacts the neck zone. And this is, for me, the crux of the matter that should be focused on and drummed. And that's what frustrated me when watching programs like Candace Owens, who I commend for her courage to speak out on these things, but I've not appreciated the fact that the investigation has been taken to Egyptian airplanes, Fort Huachuca, and all these things, because I don't like to deal with the balance of probability and what's the most probable outcome. I prefer to be seeing is believing, and I think it's important for people to focus on what your eyes can see and prove. And then when a lie is told, we cannot prove where the lie has began and where it has ended. And we just need to focus on the lie. Over to you.
And what do you think physically happened to Charlie Kirk?
Once again, Jordan, in relation to my last statement, with regards to when where a lie starts and where a lie ends, you could equally be correct in terms of the death was faked and there was an air squib, as much as what Jordan or John Aaron Bray is with regards to the microphone and myself saying this. The killing of Charlie Kirk it fits the narrative
Okay,
in terms
so
of yeah.
You're on the microphone theory then.
Well, whether it's the detonation of the microphone or the pendant with a shape charge that propels up into the neck, or whether it's the microphone that, AKA, or in terms of the Lebanon attacks, with Hamas and stuff like that a year ago by the Israeli government, whether it is that or the pendant, this is my thing is all three of us are going to be arguing on something that, with the masking of the T-shirt and something happening below, you're going to be arguing to the highest cause of probability, as opposed to there was a detonation beneath the T-shirt and there was no gunshot. As soon as people understand there's no gunshot, they understand that there's a government psyop.
Could you repeat that last part again? I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. It might have been on my end, but I wanted to make sure that I heard you.
Okay, so I think we're operating on a cause of probability here. So whether Jordan is correct, we can't get it to the definitive point of 100%. Whether John Aaron Bray, we can't get to the point of 100%. We are arguing on probability. And I think the focus should be on what we can prove to 100% in terms of there was a detonation below the T-shirt. And that is 100%. Your eyes don't lie. So this is what should be focused on. We shouldn't be, even though it's important to press these theories, for the person on the street, the T-shirt moving prior to a point of impact on the neck dictates that there's most certainly a government psyop and cover-up.
Okay. And so you're going to be able to prove to us that there is most definitely a government psyop, and we just wait for the rest of the details as we progress?
Yeah, well, I think we all wouldn't be on this chat right now if all three of us didn't believe that it was a government psyop. And I think all three of us have seen the same footage. So if you're going to witness the T-shirt moving in that direction prior to a point of impact on the neck, it is literally as simple as understanding that. There's no gunshot that was fired that day. There's no gunshot that was fired that day. And listening to your show earlier with regards to talking about the rifle, that yes, you are correct. With regards to, that is why they release still images on the stairwell. Because if they had the picture of the person walking, you would have no rifle in the pants, which is their preconceived story. JFK, there's a preset story that was going out to the media prior, so which had to fit Lee Harvey Oswald. The person who shot from the grassy knoll was never supposed to have fired the weapon and debunk their narrative. However, there was, and on this particular case, it's the same thing.
How did you determine that no gunshot was fired?
Well. There's no bullet. There's a T-shirt that moves prior to the impact. So that means there's no bullet that's fired.
No bullet fired. I'm just going to ask though, before I throw it over to you, Jordan, for your 5 minutes of questioning, because I'm keeping an eye. I kind of grouped in his intro with his 5-minute segment. But real quick though, no bullet whatsoever fired from any gun whatsoever.
Well, the speed, it's my opinion that the noise of the gunshot was imperative for the conspiracy, and that came over the speakers. There's no gunshot fired there. There's no bullet wound on Charlie. And just to argue in Jordan's favor with regards to his air squib theory, which once again I won't confirm and say that happened, but the certain elements, I don't think Jordan has actually even touched on one of them, is, well, first of all, you just go back to your feeling when these things originally happened. The blood seems to glug, and it seems that it runs out of a supply. I couldn't witness the security services actually really pegging that hole, to stop it from bleeding. And in no footage that I've ever seen is there any blood from that site of the tent back to the SUV on the tarmac, which is almost impossible, that the blood would have run out and there's none, because you don't see any toweling or anything around his neck. And then Jordan, this is for you. I don't know if you've touched on it in other chats, but when Charlie's being carried out, I do not see myself enough support for his neck. And a dead person's neck would be like a bowling ball, which would just be hanging down. And his is in an upright position, almost indicating that the person isn't dead. Now, I'm not saying that is the case. I just find the neck position when he's being carried out to be unnatural.
Unnatural, sorry though, unnatural in the way of someone who was still living, or unnatural in the way of someone who was deceased?
Deceased. Well, if you've been shot in the neck, obviously that muscle in that area will be even more weakened than a person who's just deceased. So you'd expect the weight of the head, which is quite heavy, to be just hanging, whether it was back or off to the side, but it's in an upright position. It seems like something's holding the neck up, and I do not visibly see hands that are holding that neck up into the perfect position when he's being carried out.
Okay. Jordan, are you ready to begin your questioning?
Are we doing questioning now?
Would you like to, sorry.
Yeah, I would like to hear Jordan's theory. Please, press on.
Mm-hmm. Your theory, rather. Your presentation / rebuttal.
Okay, so here is the way I go about this case. I want to make assertions and then find out whether or not my assertions can be true. We can talk about stuff all day long, but until we go out into the field and find out what actually works and what doesn't work, we're just talking. We're not proving anything. So when we look at the shirt behavior, the necklace behavior, the pendant behavior, we need to come up with explanations, physical explanations, and then we need to test those explanations to see whether or not they actually can be true. Some of these tests are more difficult to do practically. That is granted. So exploding microphone theory is difficult to do practically because it asserts that it's a highly specialized explosive that is not easy to source and is very dangerous to work with. That is granted. However, there are other ways of testing things like that, such as in a computer and a simulator. And I've done those tests with exploding microphone theory, and I've found that it cannot explain the observations. And the tests that I do for my own theory, CO2 pendant gun, the air squib theory, and even now the elastic necklace theory, we can do those practically, and they actually can explain the behavior. They can reproduce the behavior that we see. They can reproduce the necklace behavior. They can reproduce the pendant behavior, and they can reproduce the shirt behavior pretty closely. Not exactly perfect, but pretty close. So they become candidate explanations once we can demonstrate their explanatory power. However, with these other theories like exploding pendant theory, we have issues with basic physics where we would expect to see the shirt burned. I know that this has been answered so many times, but I reject all the explanations that say that the shirt should not be burned. I would need to see, the shirt should be burned. I don't care what John Bray has to say. He's not an expert in shape charges. He's never handled one. He is not an expert. He hasn't talked to an expert. His explanation is invalid. It should burn the shirt unless proven otherwise. It's just basic common sense. You can listen to John Bray talk about why it wouldn't burn for half an hour. I don't care. You also have equal and opposite reaction problems. If you want it to be a shaped charge inside the pendant, you should see exhaust flowing opposite the direction of the projectile's path. We don't see that. Instead, all we see is the projectile moving in the same direction as the exhaust, which indicates the exhaust comes from a fixed source that does not experience visible recoil because it's taped to the body. And so we see the air going this direction, and we also see the pendant moving in the same direction as the airflow, which implies that the airflow and the pendant are being launched from a stationary source. Since we only see stuff coming up We don't see anything going down. And that's how we get to it must not be a weapon system. In order to get that behavior where 100% of energy is directed in one direction, it cannot originate from something dangling from this or something dangling on the shirt. If that energy were coming from something dangling from anywhere, you would expect to see the equal and opposite reaction. So that implies, because we only see energy going in one direction, that implies that there's something stationary on the body that is strapped to the body in some way that is responsible for all that energy. And the fact that it's strapped to the body is why we don't see that recoil. And again, I reject every single explanation for why there's no recoil on the merit that John Bray and none of the other people talking about this are explosives experts. If you want to rule out a common sense physics objection, like, hey, Newton's third law, there should be equal and opposite reaction. Why don't we see that? We need an expert to tell us that Newton's third law doesn't apply. We need an expert to tell us that, not John Bray. Why does the shirt not get incinerated, despite the fact that apparently the entire microphone is destroyed into pieces like this? How does that not impact the shirt? I know John Bray can give an hour-long answer as to why it doesn't burn the shirt at all, but I reject it because he's not an expert. He's never touched explosives. He cannot tell me that the shirt should not be burned. So we're at a loss for any physical or simulated demonstration for any theory other than the CO2 pendant gun theory and the elastic necklace theory. I've demonstrated the explanatory power of both theories, and therefore I submit that those are candidate explanations. And in the absence of any other demonstrated candidate explanations, I present to you that these are our leading hypotheses. And that's my presentation there.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, truth equals freedom. 5 minutes to question Jordan.
Sure. Well, Jordan, for example, like, as I said, in 2007, I got into the 9/11 thing. And it's basically, your eyes show you that it's controlled demolition. But then a year or two later, after you get into it, you start watching videos by, 1,000 architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, and they start discussing things like nanothermite. And then you can actually see on the steel beams that have been cut in this 45-degree angle. So, I don't expect you just to take this, but I've done this for a living. I've worked as a private investigator and international photojournalist. I've sold over $2 million worth of stories and images to press around the world. And a lot of my work has simply come from intuition. And as I would just inherently know straight away what's happened, and then I'd have to go prove it afterwards. I've done that over and over again. It's not just a one-off. And so this is what I'm trying to say. I'm not an expert on controlled demolition, and I'm not an expert on nanothermite, but your eyes tell you and your eyes show you that the buildings, it's an impossibility. Once again, a physics. No steel frame building in the history of mankind has ever fallen due to fire damage. This happened 3 times all on the same day in the same city. So it tells you that the government are lying, basically. So once again, there may be technology that you and I are unfamiliar with at this particular point in time that can act in ways that we aren't familiar with. In terms of explosive technology and squib technology, however, once again, that is why I will always revert to what my eyes can see. And my eyes see the T-shirt moving in a fashion that is impossible to occur prior to an impact of a bullet to the neck or anywhere on the body. However, that is incorrect. It's unequivocal. We see the T-shirt violently moving and expanding in an upwards direction prior to a point of impact. And that is all that people need to understand. None of us here are experts that can go further and say, this balance of PTN was used there, and this air squib, and this, and this, and this. and there is a veil of cover where the trick is being performed, and that is below the t-shirt. So once again, I'll repeat, we're only going to be going to a level of probability, and it's important to focus on the overriding conclusion that the t-shirt cannot move in this fashion without something having happened below the t-shirt prior to the impact on the neck, the narrative being the bullet. Just back to, with regards to the FBI, the footage you guys were speaking in a show earlier with regards to the running, the video that looked like a grainy footage. That footage has been edited by the FBI again. So how do we know that? Because the footage, it shows the position where the gunshot was fired from, where the person would have been laying on the roof. However, the FBI, who have the control of that footage, have edited it to fit a narrative which only starts with the suspect or the black figure running on the roof. It does not show that figure shooting the gun, getting up, and doing whatever it does with a gun and running. They have the power to show the full footage, and they are not, because it doesn't fit their narrative. They're the people in control of that evidence. Me and you, we're not. So therefore, it's 100%, it's unequivocal. The footage has been edited, it's been hidden from us, which leads to, you know, the rest of my theories that Rick Cutler on that side is the person who presses the detonator. He's the only one who's watching Charlie Kirk, who has his eyes, and he's watching an already secured area. Everybody else is looking out towards the audience, and he requires for timing Dan Flood on their front side to be performing the hand signals because the patsies arrived in position. Just because the patsies arrived in a position up on a rooftop does not mean that he's fired a gun. It's just an orchestrated event in order to, you know, sell a narrative afterwards. But yeah, that I guess is it from me. Let me just see what else I've got here. Yes, and then also you, but just facial expressionly wise, you seem surprised when I mentioned I didn't believe there was a gunshot. Could you clear up if you agree with that or you do not agree with that, please, so I can understand? For both of you.
I think just because there's no evidence that Charlie was struck by a bullet, it's a non sequitur to say that no bullet was fired. Just because it didn't arrive at one specific location doesn't mean that it wasn't fired, right?
I can agree with that.
Okay. So can we then entertain the idea that there maybe was a bullet that was fired? Just didn't arrive at Charlie?
Once again, we're going to operate on probability. I can't close off the idea, but I can entertain that. However, I think it is unlikely, and I still see it as coming over the speaker system myself. Once again, I don't think you can prove that incorrect on your end yourself. So we're stuck in a jam. But I just think that if the person was going to get shot, they'd been shot, and it's conclusive that they were never shot. So this is for me why it's the sound of the gunshot that goes off in simultaneously with the detonation of the device below the t-shirt. And it's a conspiracy. And then where does the conspiracy end? I mean, I've never in my entire time looking at all of these things have ever encountered so many people involved, provably.
Why don't we go into like direct back and forth now?
I did have a question that I would like to ask though on that note.
Please.
For one, I also it's my initial gut like instinct was that if there was a bullet, you know, fired, if a gun was fired, that it went overhead, you know, went over the Hall of Flags and maybe into the pond over there, just for the sake of having an authentic shot sound. But I think that points to, again, why we need people who are, you know, experts in real life, not just on the internet, not just internet cyber sleuths and people who are studying up on things, but people at this point that are court level testimony certified. And so, moving forward on that. But also, if in fact there was no shot, as you believe, then why would TPUSA say that there was a bullet in his neck.
Well, if they're lying about one thing, why can't they be lying about everything? Over to you.
Yeah. Okay.
And with regards to having
I'll go
experts,
ahead
that's
and
also, Kelly,
and
with
get in
regards to having experts on subject matter,
Yes.
this is something I encountered as well. So I do not agree with that, even though it's preferable. Is when you watch, and I realize that is where we're going wrong, is we outsource our thinking to perceived experts when your eyes can tell you everything you need to know. So when you watch 9/11 and you see the buildings fall, I do not have to be a controlled demolition expert. Or it's the same as you take a tennis ball and you drop it from a roof to a floor. I did not need a person who went to Oxford University to tell me what happened there. My eyes are capable of doing so, but we outsource our thinking to experts, and that is a lot of the time how we are led astray. You know, with people with JFK's assassination, for example, they'll believe what the doctor said, but the doctor is most certainly in on that conspiracy. He can't get that autopsy wrong. But now we are outsourcing our thinking to somebody who's been corrupted to tell us a lie. So now I'm unable to have an opinion because I'm not a doctor. Can you understand my logic here?
I do. But the unfortunate part is that it would also play into the idea of, you know, those who are investigating in this space, right? If we're pseudo experts, mini experts, we just have an opinion, right? But someone's vocal about it, and they seem to be very convincing. I mean, couldn't like they could sway people too.
Well,
I think the
opinions.
important point of consideration here is complexity. If you're talking about something that's simple, the need for an expert goes down. But if you're talking about something that's very complex, the need for an expert goes up. And I would assert that there are certain details of this case that need to be spoken to by experts. Some of the audio analysis aspects need experts to tell us what things are. But other aspects of it, we don't need experts for. So it has a lot to do with complexity.
And I would argue that this is not overly complex. There's no bullet that hits his neck. So we've been lied to. It's that simple. When I say people being involved with advanced knowledge, we literally have Tyler Farnsworth incriminating a...
Hello. Let's go into my sort of back and forth now. You say that, you think that the speakers are the ones creating the gunshot sound, and there's some other people who think that as well. Why is it, what speakers are creating that sound in your theory?
Two big black ones that are up above. I think the other day there was a guy who had the Masonic cap on, who was there as a witness, who said he was there that day, and he pointed to where the speakers, and it's basically exactly where the direction.
There's a reason for that.
Direction where the
There's
speakers are.
For that. That is consistent with shot from Losey because you're hearing the bullet, not the rifle, and we can get into that. But are these
Jordan? What is your evidence?
Speakers? Are these
what is your
modified
evidence
speakers?
for a bullet being fired?
I just asked a question and you were speaking over. Please do not speak over myself or Kelly once you're aware that you're speaking over us. My question was, are these modified speakers or unmodified speakers?
I'm unfamiliar. What is your evidence that a bullet was fired?
Okay, I just asked you a direct question. In your theory, were the speakers modified or not modified?
Oh, sorry, I thought I answered that. I said I'm unfamiliar. I'm not an expert on speakers. And I asked what is your evidence that a bullet was fired?
Okay.
Maybe Jordan, if you could restate that in a different way, he may not be kind of fully understanding what you're saying.
What I'm getting at is we have recordings from in front of the speakers and recordings from behind the speakers. And I would assert that the gunshot sound it does not change in intensity whether you're in front of the speakers or behind the speakers. It sounds just as loud whether you're behind the speakers or in front of the speakers. So in order for that to be physically possible, these speakers would need to be heavily modified, because if the sound were coming from the speakers, then you would expect it to be very loud in front of the speakers and much quieter behind the speakers. Do you see where I'm going with that?
I do.
Okay. And what do you think about that?
I will revert the question. What evidence is it to you that you have that a gunshot was fired?
You can't just push it back to me every single time. Would you
I don't think
agree
I've done that every
that
single
the
time.
speakers would have to be modified in order for that theory to work?
I'm not a sound and audio expert, and I'm not going to claim to be. That is my theory, and that is why I ask you a question. What evidence do you have that a bullet was fired?
Okay, I'm going to say that that is continuing to be non-answered, so I'll go into your question now. My evidence that a bullet was fired was we have a supersonic crack that is picked up on every single microphone and a thump that is picked up on every single microphone. The time delay between the crack and the thump on every single recording is variable, and it appears to be linked to its position in space, the microphone's position in space. And when we model this in a computer, we can predict what that time delay between the crack and the thump should be. And it's pretty accurate for a shot from Losey, either into Charlie Kirk or into the van or into the pond. And, you know, we can predict that delta T, that time delay between the crack and the thump, and it's pretty accurate. And if this were a recording played out through speakers, so here's what I'm talking about. When you listen to the audio, it sounds like crack thump, crack thump, crack thump. The crack is the supersonic Mach cone that happens when something flies faster than sound. And then the thump is the explosion from the barrel, from the rifle. So we hear crack thump, crack thump. And what I'm saying
I didn't hear two sounds.
Excuse me, I'm not done yet. Excuse me. What I'm saying is one microphone hears crack thump, another one might hear crack thump, another one might hear crack thump. The time delay between the crack and the thump is variable, and it appears to be predictable, that variance, based on the microphone's position in space. When a bullet fires, it has a Mach cone. The first thing you hear is the bullet itself, and then the second thing you hear is the muzzle blast, or the explosion in the rifle. And so if it is a real object moving through space, we would expect the recordings to have each microphone to hear something different, something tangibly different. One might hear crack thump, another might hear crack thump. That's going to be variable. But if it's a sound recording that is played through all the speakers, then it's just going to be the same exact sound heard in every microphone. But because it's in fact an object moving through space, we don't hear the same sound in every microphone. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. But yeah, when a person's saying crack thump, there's obviously only one shot that is heard. I disagree that a bullet was fired. That's my position.
Okay.
And I think
So-
as I started the conversation with, I think it's important for people to focus on what you ask and prove. All this technical conversation is going to get people nowhere. You're dealing with people who are raising families, don't have time to get to this stuff, and they're looking for the most simplified answer. And the most simplified answer for me is Charlie Kirk was not shot.
Okay.
And the government are covering up a psyop.
Well, I do think that the technical stuff is important, because that's how we figure out what's true and false.
Okay,
we need
well,
to get into-
how much further do we need to go from there's no gunshot prior to a t-shirt movement?
Oh, can Can I ask this? If you, in regards, before you guys move off of the gunshot, if no gunshot was fired, then how can you describe who did someone punch a button? How did it happen, and who did it happen? Because even just today, I spoke to someone who was there, a couple of rows away from Charlie, 30 feet is what they told me. And they were convinced that a bullet was fired. In fact, this person said this person said, I haven't watched yet in video. This will, but this person said they could feel that it came from behind them, and the sound was, still, they can still feel and sort of in their mind's eye or mind's ear hear that sound. So how would you rectify that? And who was the one who made that sound happen?
Well, it could be multiple people. It could be Harpel with his device. It could be Philip Goldsberry on audio visual. It could be anyone. But if I saw somebody's neck start pumping out blood and I'd heard a gunshot, whether that was in actual fact or whether it came over a speaker system, your mind would associate the two things together. It doesn't necessarily mean that a gunshot had been fired.
It's fine. I'm just giving you the opportunity to address that.
And I hope I have.
Let's go here. Is it important to know whether or not what happened under Charlie's shirt was a weapon system or something else?
I think it's preferable that all of us knew. And I think if you can arrive at the exact conclusion, people would be very happy. But this is another thing I've come across with all conspiracy theories. Is in the 70s, John Lennon said, television is the truth in the way. And until something appears on a television set, it's simply not true. You need to be able to connect the dots and be able to put them together to arrive at a conclusion. So the answer to that question is no, I do not believe that is the important factor, even though it is preferable that we do know.
Okay. Do you think that it was a weapon system, or do you think that it was something deadly, or do you think it was something not deadly?
On balance of probability, I am 70%, or I would say 65% that it was something deadly and 35% not. But I couldn't argue my life on it. What I can argue my life on is it's a government conspiracy and a government psyop, and that he was not shot with a bullet. That I can confirm with 100% certainty. I'm not prepared to be a fool and tell you with 100% certainty, you're right, Jordan's wrong, I'm right, because I think all of us are fools if one of us does try to do that, because it happens below a T-shirt where we're operating on a balance of probability. Was he shot with a gunshot, and is there a government psyop? I can 100% bet my house on.
Do you know of any examples of a weapon system that behaves the way that we see under the shirt?
I'm not a weapons and explosives expert.
Have you ever seen one in a movie?
Nor am I an expert on squibs.
Have you ever seen one in a movie that looks like that?
I don't watch too many movies, Jordan, to be honest.
Okay.
But you have been investigating this case now for several months.
Correct,
right?
Yeah. Yes.
What
So
I
you
would
haven't
assert is
run across anything else, though, that looks like this?
No, as I said, I've seen it. It does look. You can argue in both ways. You can argue for Jordan's air squib, and you can argue for the microphone detonation. Especially with the fact that Netanyahu came out straight away. Before any American dignitary to commiserate with Charlie. The Jerusalem Post being the first. Everything ties into that angle perfectly. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we steel man the exploding mic theory? How would an exploding microphone explain what we observe?
And also, Jordan, I don't want to be rude, but with the paving over of the building too, the paving, that is done for one of two reasons. It's either because there's a device that's exploded and they're picking up the shrapnel, or alternatively, in your favor, that the blood that would have leaked on the floor, if, as you're saying, it's air squib, that would be fake. So you'd be able to test that blood. So it's cleaning the crime scene up. So once again, when a lie is being told, we don't know where the lie starts and where it ends. And those that have been tasked and have the evidence in front of them, they are not doing their job. That's provable. So we are sitting here and speculating. Okay. Yeah.
Can you steelman the exploding microphone theory and tell me why or how that would explain what we observe?
I think John Aaron Bray said that it's his thing that it didn't actually act in the way that it was supposed to thing, and there was an error that happened potentially below the shirt. So once again, we're getting expert analysis, which I do not believe is necessary.
Okay, but what happened according to that theory?
There was a device that detonated and the part of it flew into the neck, causing the wound. That is not my theory, that is his.
Okay, where is the device located on the body?
His top right chest, if you on him. He's looking out. So your
right
hand, where your right hand is on your own chest collar area.
Hey, Kelly, can you take it? I'm going to get my microphone real fast.
Of course. All right. So let's see. I think we're almost at the time of being able to get to audience Q&A. So you guys make sure that you are dropping your best questions in the chat. I have been starring some along the way, but please make sure that you are asking your best questions.
All right. Can you see the screen right now?
I can. I'm watching.
Perfect. Okay.
And if can I just ask if I'm going to listen to your presentation, Jordan, if I can just get 3 minutes just to go over some evidence when you completed.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is this about where the microphone was?
I could agree, yes.
Okay. And where is the wound? Is it about right here?
I would say come around a dash.
Is this about where the wound was, where my finger is?
No, I would ask you to come a bit more central.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah.
About right there. All right. So you're saying that something coming out of the microphone causes the wound right there, but when I draw a line from here to there, shouldn't it impact this side of my neck?
No, well, basically, as you see, there's a bit of a combustion that happens that lifts the t-shirt initially where the microphone is prior. The t-shirt expands out, and this is why I'm saying there's no gunshot, is the t-shirt expands out, and then there's a detonation that, there is an expansion, and there is like a gas vapor which can be seen visibly with my own eyes. The t-shirt then rises, and once again, something happens behind the cover of the t-shirt. So we are left to speculate.
Okay, but we're just trying to figure out what physically happened here according to this theory. Wouldn't you, where does the microphone have to be in order to cause a wound on this side of the neck and not on this side of the neck?
Well,
as you would be all the way like out here.
Not necessarily. No, I believe that if that explodes, it is able to hit that neck region. I'm not saying that is what happened. That's John Aaron Bray. If you recall, my theory is the necklace pendant, which Blake Bednarz then ran with. And that is, well, if the cross of the pendant is below the letter D. So that is directly, if that pendant, if the explosive shot in a northwards direction would be directly below. Yes, basically. Yes, there we go.
Yeah. Well, that's a different theory. But
yeah, that is what I've been perpetuating. But what I'm saying is, what I've been trying to say through the show, whether he's right, I'm right, or you're right, we operating on a balance of probability here. what
Well,
can
that's
be
great.
proved.
So let's try to determine the probability of exploding microphone theory and see if it's above zero. I would assert that it's zero because it doesn't have line of sight to the wound. The wound is right here, but it doesn't have line of sight. It would have to be like all the way like out here to have line of sight. It would have to be like right here, but we never see the microphone go out here. So it doesn't work, right?
What in your opinion, Jordan? I'm curious. There seems where that microphone is. There seems to be a piping or something in that region. What do you view that to be? Doesn't seem to be a normal microphone underneath that t-shirt. Just from some t-shirt angles, do you have an opinion on that?
Well, it's a pretty big microphone, so it does kind of warp the shirt in some weird ways sometimes. Like sometimes it's like
Okay,
kind of
got
like
you.
that.
Yeah.
And so it does look a little bit weird if you don't understand how big it is and how it's shaped under the shirt. But I do 100% think it's a normal microphone like what I have here.
No
But
problem.
how do we, like, I just don't understand why this exploding microphone theory survives when it doesn't have line of sight to the wound. You understand why that's important, right?
Okay, well, why would your one be conclusive with regards to the air squib?
Well, it has a line of sight to the wound.
Yeah, but
Like
where's the air squib? Where's the actual wound? How is that concealed to then be ripped to become a wound?
It's a prosthetic.
Yeah, but we have HD camera footage of that, and it's it's not very easy to see that there's a prosthetic on the skin.
Kelly, what's the purpose of a prosthetic?
Oh my goodness. The purpose of a prosthetic is to conceal, to hide, for you to not see it.
Or what? What is it intended to conceal it from?
From cameras,
kind
from
of
the
camera?
audience's eyes, from everything.
Yeah, and I can just tell you that my eyes cannot see it. I can't tell you that
But
you're wrong.
maybe you have not.
the
Sorry,
point?
I gotta stop you there. I gotta stop you there as the moderator. I have to stop you because I mean I have done some deep diving, and you don't even have to look that hard. But really, I mean, Jordan, I don't know if you want to pull up. This would be kind of a fun example just to break things up for a minute. Everybody could use a little laugh if we wanted to. There are some incredible just masks that anyone can buy that, for one, will go all the way down here. You can buy a full torso. You can buy, and those are just ones that like the average, any random person can buy. They've got full arm things. I mean, there are so many impressive get-ups. We'll call them that. So.
And I'm not saying that's incorrect. I'm just simply telling you that my eyes could not see it, and they still haven't. I'm not saying it's incorrect, as much as I can't say John Aaron Bray is incorrect.
Well, I think we can say John Bray is incorrect because it doesn't have line of sight to the wound, right?
And the necklace pendant?
It does have line of sight to the wound because it's down here. Remember, like I said, it has to be down here.
Would you say the necklace pendant is more viable than the exploding microphone?
Yeah, because the exploding microphone breaks the laws of physics. Like it shouldn't even be talked about. It's that bad.
Fair enough. It's myself who's been pushing the necklace all along. But I can't conclusively tell you that's with 100% certainty. So I prefer to focus on what's provable.
Have you spoken to anyone? Oh, sorry, Jordan. Have you spoken to anyone in the field of who's handled shape charges, who understands how they work, if they would even be able to viably put that inside a necklace, and if so, how would you keep that necklace in the exact right spot?
Well, I posted something in December by an account called Cletus Jethro. They're the person who sent the theory.
Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Cletus Jethro was an internet account that was just popped up.
Cletus. Yeah. I don't know if he's around anymore.
No. So this is where I had gotten the theory from.
Okay. Yeah, I spoke to him on the phone.
Okay, could you tell more?
Well, you go ahead. You go ahead, please.
No, you've spoken to him. I've not spoken.
Oh, I have spoken to him. Yes. It was, this was probably in December. It was one of his last days. He was a really smart guy. Sorry, it's been many months since then, but he had experience, he said, in the field. Seemed quite knowledgeable.
Yeah.
And what did he say about the theory?
I think I've sent you the notes before, but I can read them off to you if you want. As a quick aside of setting a charge, you need to anchor it so that the theories about an explosive device in the lapel microphone on his shirt makes no sense, since if that happened, the mic would not move left. The mic would move left, not right, from the force of blast being initiated. Not only is it conductive silver, but it would have been anchored by the thick chain around the neck, allowing the force of the explosive to push off while anchored in place by the necklace, since blasts tend to follow the path of least resistance. Something unanchored like the lapel mark on the t-shirt would not have been very accurate, but something anchored around the neck, like the necklace, would have been more accurate. Common objections is that the cross was not big enough to deliver the wound shown, which is false. The truth, no, the cross was more than sufficient size. Watch the video for reference. If the center column of the cross had a small amount of PTN, it would have been more than sufficient if it was built in a cone shape, as I've used to build charges all the time. To utilize the Monroe effect, it would have been an extremely powerful upward blast relative to its size. How this happened, the evidence for his opinion says the relative effectiveness of the PTN is 1.66, meaning that 1 gram of PETN is equivalent of 1.66 grams of TNT and the equivalent of 3 times as powerful black powder, which has an RE 0.55. PETN is much more reactive to electric shock, and when built properly in a directional shape charge, is highly effective in small amounts for an injury like what happened to Charlie. By making the explosive activation dependent on successful electrocution, any failure in the electrical component would prevent detonation altogether. In such a scenario, alternatives could be pursued seamlessly. Conversely, a remote detonation without the electrical safeguard risks the target surviving long enough to speak or escape death entirely. Relying solely on shot introduces uncertainties akin to the last-second movement seen in the Trump, Pennsylvania attempt. Ultimately, the electrocution method, with the target's body serving as an initiator, provides the ideal balance: risk mitigation, built-in redundancy, and synchronized execution. It would have been more than sufficient if it was built in a cone shape, as I've used to build charges all the time, says Cletus Jethro. To utilize the Monroe effect, it would have been extremely powerful upward blast relative to size. Similar to a gunshot, however, due to the lack of rifling, the charge would lose speed incredibly fast, but would be plenty strong enough to cause the wound. However, as designed with a shape charge not strong enough to cause an exit wound. See below calculations, and I can send them over.
I have a question.
Sure.
Which direction did the pendant move?
In my opinion, the pendant would have had to have moved in an upwards direction.
So then what direction does the exhaust go?
It would have had to have gone downwards. He says use the chain to anchor.
Yeah. Do we see the exhaust going down?
Below a t-shirt, it's impossible for me to conclusively say. I'd be lying if I said yes.
So if we don't see the exhaust going down, then how do we arrive at the conclusion in the first place that it was a shape charge?
This is Cletus Jethro's theory.
But you've adopted it, right? Didn't you just say that?
Most certainly, because I believe that it's the most likely conclusion, but it's not a conclusive conclusion. As I said, I can't conclude 100% that yours is correct either, even though I can't say that you are.
So why would you arrive at that conclusion if there's no exhaust?
I can't provably say there's no exhaust. It's happening below a t-shirt. I can't see what's happening 100% behind the t-shirt, as you can't, as anybody.
How do you arrive at that conclusion in the first place if you don't see any evidence of a shape chart?
It's an
The evidence of a
hypothesis.
shape chart would be the exhaust.
It's an hypothesis, which is important to test theory. So that is why, when I started, I've reverted back to what we can all prove. Whether it's John Aaron Bray, which you're discrediting with regards to his microphone, which it's Cletus Jethro's evidence, who is an explosives expert. I'm not. Whether his theory is correct or whether yours is correct, each one of us are saying the same thing.
I don't think he proposed a theory. He was just commenting on sort of the practicality of certain aspects of it, right, Kelly?
Well, no, actually, he was proposing a theory. He wanted to be able to speak with John, and John had told me at the time that he wasn't wanting to debate anyone else. And because I'd said that I wanted to connect them. So, I mean,
He doesn't want to talk to a real expert.
Completely honest. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for someone else.
What was his theory? Do you remember?
I'll send you the detailed breakdown.
Yeah,
Kelly,
I mean, I'm not. Look, man, it's been 5+ months since then, but since going in depth, I mean, I had a lengthy phone conversation with him. The guy seemed very knowledgeable, but again, he wasn't willing at that point in time, at least, to go, onto a stream or something like that. I don't think. It was like around the holidays. So
yeah, it was December of 2025, and he's US military, so probably a reason for not wanting to speak out on the stuff.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue with that theory is that you don't have exhaust. And like he said, yes, you do need a stationary source, and that stationary source is going to be the belly pack. And that's why the exhaust goes the same direction as the projectile, because you have a stationary source, and that's why everything goes up, nothing goes down. So,
Jordan, can I ask what is the difficulty? What is the difficulty with regards to all of us focusing on what we have all proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
I don't know that we've proven anything beyond reasonable doubt.
I believe we have. Whether
what's that?
I'm arguing strongly that there's a necklace that detonates that causes the wound. You are saying that there's an air squib, and John Aaron Bray is arguing that there's a microphone. There's a commonality here, and that common denominator. If you can just finish, please.
What you keep doing here.
Wait, well, Jordan, though, let him finish. He is trying to finish just his point quick.
There's a common denominator that all of us are agreeing on. All of us are saying that there's no gunshot to the neck, and that there's an activity that occurs below the t-shirt. Why is it not possible for us to all focus on this?
Because I want to find out what happened.
We all do. But proving beyond a reasonable doubt, what I've just mentioned is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. All three of us have been for months researching this, and all have arrived at the same conclusion. We just have different avenues. But at one juncture, we all agree. And that's the decisive moment. That's the smoking gun.
No, I mean, I would agree to the extent that we, the commonality here is that we do not believe that Tyler Robinson took the shot on top of the Losi Center with a 30-06. I mean, I think that for sure is what most of the people who are investigating the case can sign off on.
Yeah, my closing thoughts there.
We first and foremost have to, it's like for us as civilian investigators, like right now, there's a guy who is standing trial for that, who's been charged with that, who's facing the death penalty for that. And that is, to me, what needs to be dealt with first. But
that's what I agree with.
My closing thoughts here are the details do matter. Getting to like the actual truth of what actually happened matters, and focusing on the theories that are actually true matters. We need to we can't like keep repeating theories that are wrong over and over and over and over again without discussing why they're wrong. We have to have these debates, we have to have these discussions in order to rule out the ones that are wrong. It does matter if exploding microphone theory is wrong, because if it's wrong, then we shouldn't repeat it. We should try to believe more true things and less false things. And that's what I
Correct.
try to encourage here. And you do that with debate. You do that by interrogating ideas, by looking at the technical details, and by actually standing by theories, by adopting theories and standing by them until they fall away. And we can't do that if we don't actually adopt anything. If we just say, I think this seems most likely, but I'm not going to defend it. I think defending your theory is important because that's how you interrogate it. It's really difficult to interrogate your idea if you don't stand by it. So those are my closing thoughts there.
I think it's also important to never become attached to a view and be able to change your point of view when new information comes to light. And I believe it's important for us to focus on what can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. None of us can prove our exact theory beyond all reasonable doubt. We can prove beyond all reasonable doubt that we've been lied to and that there's a government psyop, a government cover-up happening at the highest levels, and Charlie Kirk was not shot dead that day. You then take that information and you override it that Terrell Farnsworth has removed SD cards. That's incriminating a crime scene. All that HD footage, once again, relating to what I've been saying, they've removed the HD footage. Now, if a crime happens at the Hilton in New York and the building manager removes the CCTV, it's a criminal act, but not on this occasion. You have George Zinn jumping up within 2 minutes with a cap to claim responsibility. You have Faraci, the photographer, moving straight into position without. None of those people are concerned about more gunfire coming in. They all know there's no another gunshot coming. The photographer, who would otherwise be photographing the action, moves straight into the pathway to photograph the carryout. And Marky McCoy.
I do want to address that point there.
Yeah.
I do want to address the point about the video footage and taking the SD card. I think I might have some space between me and Kelly. Hello. On this one, I'm not convinced that Terrell Farnsworth removing the SD card was a crime. He shouldn't have done it, but I'm not convinced it's a crime because I haven't read the letter of the law in Utah, and he could have been securing it. If he was securing it, that would be okay. Like, it hasn't been subpoenaed yet. It's not a crime scene yet. If he's actually securing it and he gave it to the authorities immediately, it's probably not a crime. It's probably okay. I really do hesitate to jump on the bandwagon of, oh, he should be taken to jail. He should be locked up for that, when like the nuance matters. And I don't think that it's necessarily a crime if he gave it to the police immediately. Kelly, your thoughts?
I mean, let's see. I'm trying to think. One of the female, there was the female who was, who had the camera at the front. I think that when she left, she took that camera with her, but there was a camera that was left on the tripod. I don't know that he got the SD card from that camera.
If I can answer, please. There's 3 cameras, one behind the head, 145 degrees behind Charlie, and 145 degrees in the direction of Rick Cutler to his left. Terrell Farnsworth removes all 3. And his body language, when doing it, is extremely guilty. Yes,
I'm pretty sure that the female brought the camera back around to the back, but maybe you're right.
We could be speaking about different cameras. I'm talking about the station cameras. There's 2 on tripods, one at Charlie's back left and one at Charlie's front left, and then obviously one behind the head. I refer to these 3 cameras.
Okay.
And if you watch Terrell Farnsworth's body language, he's looking around, very shady, and he hands it off to Phillips Goldsberry. And his first decision is to run up and jump on a ledge and film him saying that they did it. None of this behavior is normal.
I agree.
Any closing thoughts, Truth Equals Freedom, before we part ways?
Yeah, thank you for, it's important that these conversations are had and keep it going for other people to be able to latch onto, obviously, months of research that you've done, months of research that I've done, all of us have done, actually. And yeah, for me, most of the problems in this world is because we're being lied to. I think humans inherently are good people, and we could come together and sort these things out. But it's the lies that divide us and constantly have us bickering, where there's a common denominator. And I believe that we'd all be making the right decisions if we weren't divided and weren't being lied to all the time. We're all getting the correct information. So I believe that these conversations are important because the only way or true path to freedom for all is by us understanding or getting the truth. So that's basically where I'm at. So thanks for having me on and for the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There are a few audience questions. If you have just a few more minutes, we'd love to.
I do. No problem.
Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic. Who do you think, here we go, this one from Sam Savvy, IQ. Who do you think benefits the most by Charlie's unaliving?
Is that for me or Charlie? Oh, Jordan?
That's for you. That's for you.
I hate going down this path, if I'm honest with you, but I think we all know the answer to that. The year before in June, he posted the largest poll globally to ask if a war with Iran was in the interests of America, and 500,000 people answered that with a resounding 90% no. So he had become exceptionally influential. I think Turning Point USA is most likely a Zionist front, which Charlie Kirk was heading up before changing direction. And I believe everything that is happening with regards to maybe the Greater Israel Project and stuff that's happening in the Middle East now would have been far more difficult to take place had he been alive. Even with, his allies, Joe Kent and what's the other fella now? Thomas Massey, who just had a runoff. We all know that Charlie would have been supporting both those men or speaking out in their favor. And he had just become such an influential figure. If he is in fact dead and he was taken out, how is it possible that Netanyahu from the other side of the world comments on Charlie's death before the American president or before American news stations? How is it the Jerusalem Post comments on these things before American news stations or media houses are? So it all fits in that direction, and it just looks like one cover up after the next. I think on that particular day, I think they were having a vote on the Epstein files being released, and
I have a question.
Sure.
Who changes their mind because Charlie Kirk persuaded them, and how powerful are the people who change their mind as a result of Charlie Kirk? Like, what is his actual influence?
I believe he played a strong part in getting Donald Trump elected in the first place. They wouldn't have been pumping that amount of money into Turning Point USA if they didn't see that as being a modern influential tool, I believe.
Well, I think as you were saying, though, it could be perhaps that maybe it was a Zionist or something. I'll say my belief is that it could be an op. Okay. But it also takes, there's a tax advantage, right? To all these really wealthy people to pump a whole lot of money through and,
most certainly.
Be able to ultimately put their right people that are going to vote the way that they want them to in the right places and get them elected.
No, I agree with you 100%. I just didn't want to necessarily go down that avenue. But yeah, it becomes a shell company that large amounts of money can get moved in and out of America, and used for influence to funnel politicians and whatever means. It becomes a tool.
So I have to ask though, how do you know that Charlie would not have just continued to side with Trump and continued down the path really that he had been? How do you know that he wasn't just maybe dabbling in sort of anti-Israel rhetoric, and that he really would have switched course?
I think he knew very well the consequences before stepping over the line on Patrick Bet-David and discussing October 7th.
But that was a long time. That was a long time before September 10th.
And the weeks before, when he said these people fit all the framework of the donors, that was fairly recent and was fairly strong rhetoric.
But could that have been part of the op, right? Setting up a great narrative?
Well, then it most certainly did, and I couldn't disagree. I'm not closed-minded and closed off to that. Oh. It most certainly fits. If you look at Donald Trump's assassination that happened in Butler, right? It's the narrative that catches you. I mean, I most certainly was fooled on that, because it fitted. Once again, the question on immigration came up. We know that Donald Trump had a massive momentum going into that election. Sure, certainly they want to take him out. But then when you see videos of the press officer in that moment calling photographers around to come take a picture, it raises alarm bells. What really happened here? But you so tapped into the narrative that it 100% fits that, Donald Trump most certainly is a target. And now you have some weirdo trying to shoot him from a rooftop, which they've left open. It fits. So exactly with what you're saying now, I can't fall into the same trap and say, yeah, the narrative fits 100%. There's a motivation to take him out, because you still have to keep it open that Jordan is correct and that there's an air squib and it's all been faked. You can't conclusively close yourself off to one or to something.
Yeah. I mean, as I continue, I'm the contextual person of this pair. We've got the blue side, the yellow side, and Jordan is, he's the wrench, right? And I'm the magnifying glass, for whatever that's worth. And so there we go. I've only got my notebook for now, but that's kind of what we bring to the table, is two different perspectives, but that somehow mesh when it comes to all of this. So I like to ask these questions because we don't want to just assume. That's all.
And what I was getting at there, with my question was, I've been doing a lot of phone calls lately, finding out how many TPUSA chapters actually exist. A lot of them don't. So I question what influence Charlie Kirk actually had.
Has that been eye-opening to you, Jordan? Thinking about where you were, assuming or considering his influence, I guess, even a few months ago, 6 months ago, whatever.
Yeah, I thought that they had like thousands of chapters, but then when you go and look at every one of them, it's like the only ones that seem to actually exist are the massive colleges, and basically none of the other ones actually exist. So it's like, is the whole thing fake? I don't know. It kind of feels fake. And so then you have to think about, okay, what influence does Charlie Kirk actually have? Is it literally just like, okay, let me put this down so it doesn't fall. Kelly, this is, okay. When you kill Charlie Kirk, when you take him off the board, let's talk about this after. Let's talk about that after. Let's revisit that after the guest. Can we go to the next guest question?
Yes. Let's see. Okay, why do you believe that they paved over the crime scene immediately?
Because it's a cover-up.
But wouldn't that draw a lot of attention to it? And what would there be to cover up? What would there be to cover up?
I have the answer to all those questions. So yes, most certainly, if once again, if there's a detonation, or in Jordan, okay, so let's go into Darren and John's theory of a detonation of a weapon system below, that would have created shrapnel. If
I
Jordan
have an interjection here. I have an interjection.
Jordan, let him finish. Let him finish. Come on.
We're not going to endorse or mention, John Bray, it's wrong. That's my thoughts.
It's not a competition, Jordan. We're all in this together. And if Jordan is in fact correct with regards to the blood, then that would be an alternative reason too. So regardless whether it's a weapon system and there's shrapnel or the blood is fake, on both accounts, you would require the paving to be done over. Most certainly, it did attract attention. However, I found with all these conspiracy theories, people will focus what's on television. And if the news stations aren't mainstream media aren't broadcasting the alarmed nature of the paving over, people aren't worrying about it. It's only people like us who are actually looking for the information who are concerned about this fact. The man on the street who's not being given the information, they are not concerned about it. So that's the best way I can answer that.
Well, I will say that they actually, local and national news were there when this crime scene paving, repaving, digging up, etc. was happening. And they might not have been there on that Sunday because, the news has to, some of these national folks, they got to take a break, right? But I have seen videos, actually maybe on Saturday. Anyway, I have seen national news videos where you can tell that they are digging up and changing things out, but I don't think that they called attention to it, right? The absurdity of it. I think they just were like, oh, this is odd, there's progress being made,
I have something to add there, though. When these kind of things happen, they go into a warehouse and they reconstruct the entire thing. So the reason you would excavate it is to rebuild it elsewhere. That's why you excavate it. Like, the only issue we have is because we don't see the inside of the warehouse where they rebuilt it.
How certain are you of this fact, Jordan?
Hold on. That's I would expect them to excavate it. They're supposed to excavate it.
But we haven't heard anything of that nature.
Such a thing myself. I said I'm no meaning to be derogatory, but
oh,
Kelly,
there's a delay. There's an audio delay. We're international over here. Okay, there's a little bit of an audio delay, and who knows? Maybe my Wi-Fi's or whatever, my internet's slow. I don't know, but no, I mean, I do think that crime scenes are recreated, but I feel like we would have heard something along those lines as to reasoning why, and
they haven't explained anything.
No.
So I think that they were supposed to do, I would expect them to do that. And I'm glad that they did that, assuming they actually recovered it and analyzed it. Even if they didn't reconstruct the whole thing, at least take it back to Quantico or whatever it is and, scan it, make sure there's no bullets inside of it, that kind of stuff. I'm glad that they excavated it so that they can take it off scene and that it exists in evidence. And then
what makes you think that it exists in evidence, though?
I'm hoping that it exists in evidence.
I'll find out. Don't you worry.
Guys, can I just interject with one point?
Go ahead.
Every single conspiracy theory I've ever studied, they've cleaned up the crime scene straight away. Princess Diana, they were hose piping the tunnel that night. Trump's assassination in Butler, there's photographs of the FBI watering down the roof that evening. This, they've paved over. Every single one, 9/11, the trucks were in New York that very day or that very night removing steel beams. So
they shipped it out to China.
That's 100% correct, yes. So in every single conspiracy, this has happened.
Any other audience questions for the guest? Any other audience questions? I think you might be, I can't hear you. Okay, timing too risky for real shot. No reason to use a real weapon for sound effect. The noise came simultaneously from every speaker. One device activated everything for precise timing. Okay, timing too risky for a real shot. I disagree. We're going to demonstrate that hopefully in Texas here soon. No reason to use a real weapon for sound effect. Yes, there is, because the acoustics are dramatically different, whether it's a real weapon or speakers. The noise came simultaneously from every speaker. If that were the case, then we would have major audio issues in the analysis that we would find immediately. And one device activated everything for precise timing. I agree with that. Any thoughts, Truth?
Well, that's obviously my exact version that I put forward earlier.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you back? There you go. You're back.
Yeah, I think I'm back.
Any other audience?
I'm exploring EMP weaponry, causing the battery to explode, causing the necklace to break off, cause the nick to the neck. Exotic theory to rule out. Do you have any thoughts, either of you?
Okay, well, so for example, with a microphone, even though that's not my theory, and I've never actually gone down this route of investigation, I'd actually never heard of Baron Coleman before in 20 years. But he rose to prominence and it came into the spotlight by using this Google Trends. I'd never used this avenue of investigation before. And it was him who said that there was the microphone that had been researched in pre. There's nothing about my necklace and there's nothing about air squibs being researched. So it allows me to be open a bit to where that comes from. Is that Google Trends information accurate? I don't know myself. I've never entertained that area of investigation before in anything I've ever done myself. So it was all new to me. But he presented that they had Google, searched this previously. But I don't know. What do you have any opinion on that?
Yes, we do. We do not give a lot of attention to the Google search results because they're not. And that tool is not intended to be used for this purpose. It's Google Trends, not Google data points. So
or research, not Google. I don't know. Take this to court and put your money on it, kind of thing.
Like when you see,
in my opinion, in my experience as a journalist,
when you see one data point in Google Trends, like it's not reproducible. Like you can search the exact same thing 10 minutes later and it'll be different. So you need something that's reproducible. And like the way that thing works, it's not the type of tool that we need for this. You cannot make conclusions about, oh, this specific search term was searched in this country on this date because Google Trends told me so. No, it's a statistical analysis tool that tells you what people are thinking in general at large scale. It's not meant for finding out if Joe Schmo in New Zealand typed whatever into his computer.
Got you.
It's tough. It's tough. I would say, in all my years of investigative journalist conferences and things, if we ever talked about Google Trends, which we did at that time, and this was, a decade plus ago, so it's nothing that's new. But it was really more about like seeing what people are talking about in your community and not basing an investigation on something or, saying this happened and I'm correlating this to this.
Understood.
Yeah, and I want to make sure I'm not saying that Barron laid all of his bets on the Google Trends, but you guys know if you're being fair, right? First thing that, people are saying is go look at the Google Trends, go look at the Google Trends. They're putting a lot of stock in it. And so it has been hyped to that level to imply such.
It's just not an avenue I've ever employed investigating anything before myself. So I've got no expertise or knowledge that I can comment. So I was interested in your opinion.
Any other questions specifically for the guest?
Let's see. If you want to, I don't know if you want to look at the starred ones. I think that's for the most
Yeah, I think it's been a good
part.
conversation. I think we've all
Yeah.
managed to get our points across.
Absolutely.
one.
Thank you.
Why are you at 70% deadly weapon and 30% non-deadly?
Because it's impossible. Basically, because the veil theory. You know what happens behind the veil. It's impossible to be 100%. And then you've got to, as we spoke about with narrative, getting caught up in narrative. The narrative fits more, or has a greater probability of fitting towards a deadly weapon. However, I can't rule out the fact that you are correct and the whole thing was faked and staged, because there's so many people with provable pre-knowledge of this event. I've mentioned already Georgian getting up and waving his cap to claim responsibility. Marky McCoy turning around as though hits were performed and walking off calmly. He's not running off. He's not checking on his friend. And the Faraci fellow, the photographer, moving straight into a line to photograph. There's just so many elements of and the security all doing hand signals at the specific timing, that the decisive moment or the definitive moment. Everything indicates pre-knowledge of something happening, which will be in your favor, Jordan, which will, work towards everything being staged. However, the narrative fits that he was taken out. So this is why I have a 70-30. But what is provable, and I've been saying and hammering home the whole time, is that the provable fact is there was a detonation below the top. Whether that is air squib or whether it is a deadly weapon, it's up for debate.
Hold on. If everyone around Charlie Kirk was in on this, doesn't that mean that it's fake?
That would be, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Erica Kirk's behavior
was conspiring to kill him or to help him.
Just please ask that question again.
Do you think if everyone around Charlie knew what was going on and was involved with what was going on, do you think that they were doing all that to kill him, to kill their friend, or to help him fake his death and save his life?
On the balance of probability, more with the latter. However, there's also a lot of money. We do know of Tyler Boyer's history and stuff like that. So there's a lot to be gained as well from him dying. So once again, I have to speculate. I can't give a conclusive answer. But I can most certainly. Your point is very valid. Your point is most certainly valid.
So this commenter, the Emerald Mountain, asks, why are you at 70-30 for deadly, non-deadly if you believe Charlie was voluntarily holding his head up?
Because that is currently the most likely. More evidence will have to come to... And that is why I asked you your guys' opinion with regards to the head. It seems unnatural.
That would mean that it was non-deadly, right?
Well, most certainly, yeah.
So how are you at 70-30 deadly?
Would you prefer 60-40?
I'd prefer you to be honest, whatever you sincerely believe.
I would prefer you to take it.
I've only been honest all the way. I've only been honest all the way through. So that's the only
right.
answer. The only answer I've been prepared to give you is that we're all agreeing on the same thing. There's a detonation. There's a government psyop and cover-up happening.
No, I don't agree that it was a detonation. A detonation is a very specific science term that I do not subscribe to.
Okay, so then what is the word? What is the word then, Jordan, that you prefer to use for the movement with the shirt?
I used to say overpressure event, but I'm actually more attracted to the elastic theory now, so I can't even call it an overpressure event. So I don't even have a word.
But you haven't been able yet to recreate, right, the elastic event yet, so it's not 100% in your mind.
So we can go with overpressure.
I'm just asking. Event. I'm just trying to, keep it simple for the audience. Yeah. That's all.
Yeah. We can call it overpressure event. Anyway, any other questions for the guest?
I feel like we have just about worn everybody out, including our guest. We have asked so many questions.
Listen, I think we can end it off there. If there's anything else you'd like to bring me back for, whether it's a month's time, 2 weeks time, 10 years time, just hit me up. We can have another chat. But
thanks for coming on.
Only a pleasure. Nice to chat, and thanks for all you're doing.
Appreciate it. Appreciate your time. Bye.
Thank you.
Cheers, man.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Now, don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to briefly, I guess, sort of debrief my UVU trip here at the end.
Yes.
So, where do you want to start?
Oh, you tell me.
So,
initially, let's ask the audience what questions they want to know in case they have not had a chance yet to see the video, in case they missed out on the live or haven't had a chance to see it yet.
There was something that I wanted to pull up here. Oh, we have a super chat.
Perfect. And I will be
from
right back. 10 baby mamas.
They will say we live in a mass surveillance state where your every move is watched, yet the NSA never flagged Robinson. Erica Kirk would be assassin arrested. Okay. I'm not sure what the second statement says, but yes, it is odd that Tyler Robinson was allegedly not flagged by anybody, even though there were supposed to be all kinds of Discord messages in some kind of Discord group where they were talking about this, and yet it wasn't flagged, or if it was flagged, it was not effectively acted on. So yes, that is a valid point there. Let's see if we can find the one I was thinking of here. Has anyone done a FOIA to get body cam footage from ARM and UVU police? I haven't, but I could tomorrow, because what I'm doing now every weekday, I block out an hour that I use to make phone calls. The past couple of days, I've been using this hour during business hours to call all the TPUSA chapters, like all the schools, all the high schools now, and the colleges that are listed on the TPUSA website. I call that school and I ask them, hey, do you actually have a TPUSA chapter? And the vast majority of the time they say no. So that's what we were discussing earlier. But anyway, that hour of time, once I get bored with just calling all these schools to find out if they have a chapter, in the future, I can use that time to do some FOIA requests. And maybe Kelly here can give me some chores to do, some specific FOIAs that are most important. And I can do those during that hour. But do we know if anyone's tried to FOIA the body cam footage from the police?
Yes, I believe I know for sure the local news stations have. I mean, I would not expect that to be released because it is in the midst of a contentious trial. I know in other states that I've been in, you guys, the reality is most of the time, the way that open records laws are written is that they release things when it's convenient or it behooves them, it flatters them, and they don't otherwise. Now, what I don't know is if the cops were even, the campus police were even wearing body cams.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to debate people because I think it's interesting and I think it is the best way to get to the true truth. I like to debate. I like to have people defend their ideas. I like to defend my ideas. I think it's interesting. I think it's good exercise. Not everyone likes to debate, but that's okay. I do, and that's part of the show. It's not the entire show, and I know, it's a good thing to do. It's a good exercise. It's a really good way to figure out which arguments work and which ideas do and do not work.
And the thing is also for the, I think for the participants, and for the audience. It can help you, hearing from different sides can help you understand even better why you believe what you believe, firm up your argument or your position, and identify holes that you need to research further.
Yeah. And a big part of debate isn't one debater trying to actually convince the other debater. You're talking to the audience, usually. Sometimes in a debate, I'm like actually actively trying to convince the other person that they're wrong and that I'm right. Sometimes I change my mind in a debate myself. But typically, what people say is that in a debate, you're not trying to convince the opponent, you're trying to convince the audience member who's unsure. This is an interesting question here. Could you not reproduce sort of the 3D effect of the bullet moving through space in the audio? Could you not reproduce that through dynamically placing speakers at specific positions? I actually write the software that you would use for that. Interestingly enough, it's called Alva Sorcerer. It's kind of similar to Dolby Atmos. There's all kinds of software you can do. It's not like mine is the only one, but it's one of the better ones, in my opinion. 3D spatial audio software. You place 3D audio objects in a virtual sound environment, and you place speakers all throughout a room on preferably 6 planes of the room, although Dolby Atmos is like just the ceiling and then the side walls and whatever. You can, the short answer is no. It doesn't work like that. Yeah, the short answer is no. You can simulate that for some observers, but the stuff that I'm talking about, no. That's the short answer. I can give a longer form answer if anyone wants it, but no, it would not work. You can get close, but it's just not going to be the same in the audio. Looking for some more interesting ones. If it's an electrocution, what shrapnel would there be? I don't think there would be any. And we would love to have an electrocution theory person come on and present and defend electrocution theory. We haven't been able to find anybody yet. Because who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're wrong. And maybe electrocution is a big factor here. Although we do think that there's a good chance that some type of taser device or TENS unit was involved in getting Charlie's physical reaction.
Yeah, I still need to buy you a TENS unit. But you say you don't want to do it. I'll buy it for myself then, and I'll show you how it works.
We can do it when I go to Texas, because I didn't say that I don't want to do it. I said that I don't want to do it alone in case I zap myself.
I know, Jordan, but they're like, you'll be fine. I just like, I'll have to show the audience. Okay, so I've done some of this stuff from the aesthetic world. There's some things called like M-Sculpt, EMS, like M-Sculpt. Anyway, now Jordan's going to go look this up. But you can use M-Sculpt to target your abs, your butt, your thighs, your calves, your arms, like all different areas. Men and women use it. And then there's M-Sculpt Neo, which uses both the electromagnetic pulse and heat as well. So anyway, in my beauty influencer days, I know a lot about this stuff. Oh, so a lot of folks are saying like TENS are huge in the cheerleader world. I use TENS for my back problems.
Don't you have a video on that here somewhere?
I'm sure, but I don't know if I want you to pull it up. It might not be safe for work. I don't know.
But yeah, we're gonna look into that. But anyway, once I have supervision, because I don't like I keep saying, I don't want to shock myself to the point where I can't turn it off, where it like turns off my nerves.
It's not going to turn off your nerves. It literally, it's like, so it will like make your muscle like tense up.
Mm-hmm.
It like will pull your muscle in. Like I don't know. Anyway,
Like the cavitation photo.
yes, that's what I've been saying. I'm like, ugh, and it will give you the cue, that one would need maybe for the decordicate posture. We're just, we're just thinking here, but yes, as Amanda says, stay safe, Jordan. Yeah, they only have these really big ones at the doctor's offices. They do not let you come home with one that's too crazy.
Do you find any inclusive areas of the campus that you may have missed? What do you mean by inclusive? Inclusive areas of the campus that you may have missed prior to going to UVU. What do they mean by inclusive?
We'll ask Marissa, if you are still here, if you could elaborate a little on that, that would be awesome. I did see. Oh, sorry. I was going to say 10 Baby Mamas did say, I did see the question about the guy from San Antonio who had allegedly made the threats against, and it was not just Erica, it was TPUSA. But that event, they're having their women's summit. Okay, you guys, now I put on my critical thinking, aka conspiracy tinfoil hat, right? And I'm like, what are the chances, you guys? What are the chances that we're going to be having the TPUSA Women's Summit this weekend in San Antonio? I'd like to check out when the Spurs games are happening because they're in the NBA Finals. Okay. And I just saw that President Trump is going to be attending some games. I'm just looking for another event like this weekend. It starts tomorrow, is when this TPUSA Women's Summit starts.
Okay.
Through the weekend.
I want to talk to you about that offline.
Yeah.
Because I told you about this, I think last night, but you were asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about that after, because I have some thoughts on that. With the other thing that we're going to do a members only on. Should we announce that now or
no? Let's see which
the members only we were talking about.
Oh my God, I don't know.
The Korean thing. The show.
Oh no! Just wait. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Do you want to talk about the
game? Is there a basket? Yeah, they'll be having. Look, you guys, they'll be having their women's event then.
You don't want to talk about the 4th, do you?
Okay. Since we're all friends here, I'm already worried about July 4th. Okay. We are coming on to the 250th year celebration. Okay, y'all know already about the controversy with the ballroom and all this stuff, right? But we have got now the World Cup going on. We've got this, well, apparently it's already a shit show, excuse my language. I can say that now. Anyway, with the concert situation, which everybody basically has backed out of. I mean, maybe they'll bring in Cash's girlfriend or whatever, the country sensation, to save the day. But anyway, I mean, every musical act is basically backed out. You know it's bad when even Milli Vanilli backs out. Okay. We've got World Cup. We've got the whatever, the MMA fighting thing. It's not WWE. Oh my gosh. You know what I'm talking about?
I know the soccer thing.
No, you guys tell me what, oh my gosh.
Not Not WWE wrestling.
No, not the wrestling. The not WWE, UFC. Thank you.
UFC.
I'm like, oh, I'm all out of trying to remember all my acronyms. Okay, UFC. All of this stuff is happening, and and
Taylor
the
Swift.
rumor has it that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are going to be having their wedding, in New York City on July 4th.
And we have the virus that apparently is
And the
going
virus,
around.
yes. And so we've got Ebola, we've got what's the other one?
Hantavirus.
I'm like hantavirus.
We tried to get Trigger Smart to come on and talk about that, but he
There's
wouldn't because he doesn't want to debate.
so much stuff going on, like in this little time period, that something about it seems weird.
You know those movies that are like apocalypse movies that start off with a long prologue where it like shows you like all these things like World War Z. I just watched that again. It starts off with one of those. It's one of those like prologue collage things where there's all these different things all coming together, and it seems like something big is about to go down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can just feel it, you guys. I can feel it. There have been too many of these like little I don't know, alleged attempts, and I just feel something is amiss.
You are an intuitive dominant, and so that's how you lead.
So I'm just asking for everyone to please be careful. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm not saying that I know anything. I'm just asking for everybody to please be careful and please like
maybe stay
aware.
home.
Be aware of your surroundings. That's all.
Yeah.
I've been like talking about it a little bit on Spaces, and I don't like sounding like a crazy person or freaking anybody out unnecessarily. I just want you guys to know that like I would feel bad if I didn't tell the people who I care about, like all of y'all, to just be aware.
Yeah. So to the debrief thing about when I went to UVU. Originally it was supposed to be both of us, and we were going to do some like interviews and stuff and maybe film a video, and then, family stuff happens. So it ended up being only me. So I flew out from Philly, and I got there, or I got into the hotel the first night because my plane landed at like 10 p.m. local or something. So I stayed the night at a hotel. And then I talked to Kelly on the phone. It was a great conversation. And then the next day, I take the train out there, right? I take an Uber to the train station, and then the train takes me all the way down south because I fly into Salt Lake City, which is like an hour north of Orem. So the Uber takes me to the train station, and then I almost missed the train because their train station is really confusing. There's like a local blue and red line, and then there's the sort of intercity. What was it called? The intercity train. I forget what it's called. It doesn't matter. But the intercity train, I got on the intercity train to take me from Salt Lake City down to Front Runner. That's what it's called. The train is called Front Runner. And so that Front Runner train took me down to Orem. And it's really cool because when you get to that train station, there's like this massive like walking bridge that goes over like several interstates or something that's for the college. And so you can just walk on this massive footbridge that goes over everything. What are you giggling about?
Sorry. Norma said it. It wasn't me. It was Norma. Jordan's never going to live that down. It's okay.
Just nagging over and over again in my ear.
I wasn't nagging.
Anyway.
You guys, I was so
You're
gentle.
definitely
Anyway, please go ahead, Jordan.
So there's this footbridge that takes you from the train station all the way over onto the UVU campus. And so, you know what? Why don't I pull it up here so I can show you? This will be cool.
Absolutely.
Maps.google. How do I pull this up? Maps.google.com. UVU. I don't think I did. All right. So
and Tammy, I'll come back to that, all that stuff later. I've got more pictures and all the things, so we can go through all of that later.
there were not 33. I don't think the number
But we
was
need
30.
to go back and look because I really think at one point there were 33.
I mean, there had to have been 33 at one point, right?
Yes, but I mean for some period of time. Thank you.
And then you send me that Taylor Swift video, which was like very suspicious. So this is the train station. The timing was very suspicious. But anyway, the train station is right here. Yeah, you can see that. And let me make this full screen here. So this is about where the train station is. And then if I go into satellite view, where is the train station? Hold on. Where am I? This is UVU, and then there's a footbridge somewhere. Right here. This is the footbridge. That's where you walk across to get into UVU. So this is the train station right here where I got off. Then you walk up this stairwell here, and then you go across. It's pretty cool. And then you land down here. And then this is like one of the night that I was there, they were doing some kind of track meet or something. I sent you, Kelly, a photo of whatever it was they were doing over here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then you walk down here, and then there's this building here, and you can see that really weird concrete texture that they have on some of these buildings. But this is still kind of the middle of nowhere. So you don't really know where you're at just yet. And then you walk through, this is Campus Drive. So then you take a right on Campus Drive, and this is the road that Tyler Robinson runs across. And as I walked down this road, I think I was passed by 2 vehicles the entire time. Now, granted, school was out at the time. So, there were people walking around, but it wasn't like school was in session. There were a lot of people. So maybe traffic, because I know, Kelly, you have the comments on why there was such little traffic there that day. But I only saw like 2 cars because it's not an actual main road. It's just like a campus road. But anyway,
also, you were there while school was, technically out. Like it's summertime.
They just said that. Yeah, they just said that.
Right. I'm just saying it compares. I just find it so hard to believe that with 3,000 people there, that everybody was exactly on time, and no one was either taking a lunch or late to the event or something. I don't know. Maybe in Texas we just always run late.
The last large community, not even a large one, but the community theater that I worked at for a while seated 400. And so that's we did a lot of shows where we filled up the whole house with 400 people. When you look at that courtyard, you can't fit 3,000 people in there. Not even close. There weren't 3,000 people there. I know what 400 people looks like. It was like maybe you could maybe fit 1,000 if you cram them in really tight, not 3,000. Yeah. But anyway,
I'm glad to hear you say that because that's been something that's bothered me.
Like when you get there, it's like, this is small. Like it looks big in the footage, but it's not. It's not 3,000 people. All right, so I walk down here and I get to this parking lot here. This is the infamous parking lot. This is where, hold on. This is where Tyler Robinson jumps down right here. So I get to this parking lot. It's under construction, so they have like construction stuff here blocking this, but you can still walk down here. So this is like technically off limits. And so I walk in this way, and then I look at this area here to see where Tyler Robinson jumped down. It didn't look that high. I think in the live stream, I didn't put my camera down. I just did like a selfie style thing to show you how high it is. It's pretty high, but it's not so high that I would be terrified to jump off of it. I would not be terrified to jump off of it. Or not to jump
Sorry,
off of it, but to
this
like,
one up.
they would have to hire like small people to fit them. But I walk down this way, then I kind of get lost, and then I go down this path, I think. And somehow I end up over here. And like I remember like when we were FaceTiming your mom, we were getting confused over here too. But somehow I ended up over here, and then I ended up over here. And then I walked down here. This is the Sorensen Center. And then because I knew that you were really interested in this area right here to see if you can get onto the roof, I FaceTimed you there. But apparently the quality sucked because I wasn't on Wi-Fi. They have free Wi-Fi that doesn't even have a login screen. So I was using my data, so that's why that sucked. But I took a video there. So maybe
that's why it was important for someone like Mikey to have a TVU backpack, have their own Wi-Fi network on their back.
Yes. Let me see if I can find that video. Can you pull up a comment or something?
Sure. Let's see here. Wild Wally Woo. Say that 3 times fast, y'all. The roof with a penthouse is gravel. The roof where TR was isn't. Yeah, we're going to talk about a few of these different rooftops.
I don't think I was that frustrated with the guest. I was kind of frustrated, but I appreciate you sending.
You were a little frustrated. I just wanted to make sure you were,
Thank you for sending me that. That helped me calm down. Okay. Dead air. I'm gonna try to find this.
Sorry, I'm looking for. I am looking through the comments here. No, everybody was so excited to have seen you there, and are excited to go back through all of this. I saw a couple of jokes about spotting Phil Lyman's family's homes or whatever when you'd first loaded up the map. Mr. Turpin, of course, said more concrete, grass, and pathway videos, please. So, were they counting all of the spiritual attachments as well? Nice one, GCL. You have been up on your listening game.
The spiritual attachments?
Yes. That ties back into Victor Marx.
Oh, the demon possession stuff?
Mm-hmm.
That's so weird. So I have this video here. It's like really short. It should have been longer, but I texted it to you, so that's why I made it short. So this is the Sorensen Center rear, which is where some people think someone might have hopped the roof. So yeah, that's where that.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. I'm pulling up. Oh, wait. Can you go back? I had to pull up the full screen video on my end because otherwise it's like super tiny on my screen. Okay.
This is the least super tiny it can be. I texted this to you.
Well, it's nice though to see it up here, and I've had many people want to see more of the Sorensen Center because it was it was blurry during the stream, so we're able to see it quite well right there.
I need to finish my video that I made. where the audio was really nasty.
So the thing about this area is that someone, in theory, could have had a vehicle, a getaway vehicle or whatever, right there. And you can see kind of jumping, like stepping over that ledge, jumping onto like, there's usually a tall van or whatever you call those things. Anyway,
semi?
box truck. What do you call them?
A semi?
Is that a semi?
That's a box truck, but I don't know if you're talking about a
box
semi.
truck. I was right. Box truck.
Yeah, that's like a FedEx
But anyway,
truck.
something like that nearby in most of the photos that I have seen. So, you could hop onto that and then scale your little way down pretty quickly.
Yeah. Okay. And we have a security camera right there, which is interesting. And another security camera right there. And because like some of the people were asking how many security cameras there were. And I wasn't actually paying attention to that. I should have been, but I wasn't. But there's a couple. So I was excited to be there. All right, so that's where that was right there. And then I walk over here. And wow, then I saw the courtyard for the first time. And what I said in the video that you didn't let me publish is it felt like I was at a museum, but I was allowed to climb on all the displays and nobody cared. That's what it felt like. It felt like it should be a museum. And I know that it's a school and that people work there and people go to class there and it's just another place for everyone else. But for us, it's like basically a museum. It almost feels like it's your backyard because like myself, Kelly, all the people working on this case, we know it like the back of our hand almost.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like our backyard because we spend so much time looking at videos taken of it, looking at the 3D models of it. I've modeled it myself and looking at all these videos from it, all these photos from it. So, and just pouring over every inch of this place. It feels like it's your backyard and like it's a museum at the same time. It's a pretty weird feeling. But that's what it felt like. It felt like you were in a museum, but you were allowed to touch anything you wanted, climb over anything you wanted. Nobody was there. You were just alone. So it was pretty cool in that way. But it takes me a little while to figure out how to get down to the courtyard because this is elevated. So, and you have to walk through this area here. This is the Sorensen Center. And then go here, and then there's a staircase down here that lets you go down. And that's where the life is driving guy is right here, and then he went down that staircase. That's the staircase I went down to get down to the courtyard. And so I go down to the courtyard, I stand where Charlie sat, and there's a cop right here at the time. And then there was like a golf cart from maintenance or something there at the same time. So I didn't go too close, I didn't go down there. And was there a comment? Must be a comment.
Oh, just there was just that we're Snoops. That's actually, you don't even know this, GCL, but that's like my nickname from my dad from like I don't know, for 20 plus years. It was that my nickname was Snoop. Like Snoop Dogg. But also because I'm an investigator. Anyway, thank you. Keep going, Jordan.
This okay, so I go where do I go next? I'm trying, where's my mouse here? Here it is. Okay. Okay, so the next thing we do is I FaceTime you again, and I'm over here, and we do the white dot. And I think I have that pulled up, the video that I took, because the live stream was so crappy. Let me see if I can find the white dot here. Hold on. I have it downloaded here. But basically what happened was we kind of debunked it. So for people who don't know, can you tell them what the white dot theory was?
Yes, I sure can. Hold on. Oh, goodness. Okay. One moment here. Because I'm going to also send you a message in the chat.
Okay.
Um,
Where is my video here? Here it is. I found it. So this
so the
is
white, yeah. Oh, we're going to talk white dot. Okay. So white dot theory was something that I had, I was first tipped off to this by an anonymous tipster in December. This person asked me to not reveal their name. And anyway, they had spotted something. You can play this little segment, but they had spotted something white right at the time of the bang of the sound.
Kelly Raybon, and I've been
sorry.
I can probably tell. I can tell you they're faster than I will in my rambling now at 12 in the morning.
investigating the Charlie Kirk case since day one. And if you're like me, the video I'm about to show you has probably crossed your feed dozens of times. But trust me, you haven't looked at it like this. The detail that I'm about to show you could change everything. Let's go.
Positioned above the tent, so it would be in the camp. I made us move. What was that? Oh my God! He just got shot! Holy shit!
A white object or person appears and then disappears very quickly. But you guys, this is on top of the Sorensen building, not the Losi Center, where we're told that Tyler Robinson or the shooter was supposedly spotted. And remember, that person was wearing all black. I know, it's quick, but it is compelling. And you didn't really think they were going to make it easy for us, did you? So now let's take a look at some drone footage to give us a different perspective from up high. This is after the scene. So this is going to help us understand the lay of the land and why this might have been an ideal perch for someone, maybe even a lookout.
Okay, but anyway, we have the... Oh,
Jordan believes that he has debunked this theory.
Well, you agree with me.
I agreed that you spotted a white object on the roof. That does appear to kind of come and go. Okay, but somebody could hide behind it.
Ah, come on. All right. All guys, I don't think he's watching, but he would be very upset to find out that you still have it pinned, especially
I'm
now.
a white dot truther. Look, it is. I have heard from so many people, though, actually, who are, I've just heard from a lot of people who are like, you know what? This makes more sense than like Tyler wearing full, or a shooter wearing full black on that other roof, because it doesn't really blend, like it only semi blends in compared to the white getup.
When was this taken?
Well, no, this is where you were. Yeah, this is from you.
So this was like a week ago, right?
Can you zoom into it? My old
so.
eyes can't see anything.
They're not old.
Oh, goodness.
Well, I guess here we go.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you for being here. Good night to you.
Yeah, so
okay.
Like the idea here is
can you go down? There you go. Okay. All right, y'all. So wait. Before you play it. Oh, there you go. Okay. There we go. Okay. So you're going to give people motion sickness. Okay, let's make sure we know where folks should be looking. Would you like to direct them?
Sorry, I was just reading your private what?
Okay. So to direct folks' attention as to where they should be looking on the screen for the white object.
It's right here.
Okay, well, can you circle it big for them or something? 'Cause they might not. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. I just want to make sure that people could see. I'm being fair.
Doesn't let me pan left to right. But it like pops in and out of existence when.
Thank you. Jordan does show me respect, but thank you. Yes, folks in general should show me respect. I really do exhibit a lot of patience. Not just with you, Jordan, with a lot of folks in this space.
I go after the people who disrespect you.
I feel like I'm the mother of this investigation. Trying to rally all the personalities.
You're yeah.
So, okay, because you were standing there, can you please describe what we are seeing with the white object?
We are seeing a fan cover.
That's way back over there. Yeah.
Yeah. And here's the thing. When you get there, like if there were a person on Sorensen Center, they're going to be like this big. They're going to be like that big.
Because in real life, it feels a lot closer to you than what it comes across in the video. Is that?
Yeah, like it's barely far away. Like it's like right there. It's a stone's throw away. So a person on Sorensen Center is not going to be this itty bitty little tiny dot. Unless it's like just their head and they have a baseball cap on or something, I guess it could be. But then if you're standing up to move that fast, you're going to see your whole body. So
nobody like in a white Tyvek suit.
Nobody in a white Tyvek suit is running across Sorensen, no.
Okay. Got it. Even though the top of the building is white.
Do we want to bring on this other individual?
I'm tired, but I just wanted to extend that to you if you're, feeling. Okay, that's fine. We can do it. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
There isn't a ton more to talk about with the UV
that's cool. Well, let's ask the audience. Are they ready do they want to hear one more theory just like off the top? We're going to go rogue this evening.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
4 segments tonight. This is going to be great.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'm going to call him real quick and try to get him set up. Okay. If you want to
I'll keep going.
Engage the chat for a moment.
Yep.
GCL said the Michelin Man is still at the tire shop. Thanks.
What?
Thanks. Like the white, the big white. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's took me really funny.
The one.
Okay, you guys. This is going to be. We're going to go rogue on this one, and I've spoken to this person on the phone many times before, but this person has never shared their theory on anything, like on any platform before.
Oh, so if is he watching right now?
I think so.
Yeah,
but
so I typically
so I can expedite.
Let me be that person right now. that we were talking about just now. If you come on the show and you disrespect Kelly, you will be banned immediately. Or if you tried to flirt with, we had someone flirt with Kelly on the show earlier, and not earlier, but at the beginning of when we started doing this, and that is now a rule that every single guest gets ahead of time. We do not, no one is allowed to flirt with Miss Raybon on this show. So no disrespectfulness towards her, or you will be banned immediately.
I'm going to call him real quick and make sure he's good to.
All right.
Come on. So.
The 1 hour, 9-minute video, an hour after the event, still a lot of people on site, and the CGI FBI roof video was very few people at the time, was said to drop off building, was very few there. I guess that's because everyone was over at the event and they were not at back there. I'm going to mute her mic. I don't know that she did. Okay, so let's look at the live chat here, shall we? Joe Rogan's nervous. Why is Joe Rogan nervous? I don't know. Did anyone see the new Netflix movie, War Machine? I have not. I think I've heard of it though. Need to buy more tinfoil. Yep. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Thanks, Phil Collins. Hopefully they don't soon worse than you are ready. I don't know who Phil Collins is. Have you looked at the picture they advertised for World Cup? It has a lot of pictures all mixed in. It is showing everything. Sounds like a lot of symbolism. We both like symbolism. Charlie's SUV was at hospital, and so was Mikey, who never attended hospital, picked up someone in doctor's parking and left right away. So we have an astrologer in the chat who says that the 4th of July feels wrong. That's interesting. I guess she already clicked this one, but I didn't see this one. People wonder how someone like me who used to never be home could end up being diagnosed with agoraphobia. What is agoraphobia? I feel like that's fear of spiders, but I don't think it is. What is agoraphobia? That is an anxiety disorder characterized by intense, I don't know. I guess it's triggers for crowds, public transit, or open and closed spaces. I don't know what the context of that tweet is or of that message is, so I don't know. She called me trash, has been touched by the face of God. He hasn't been afraid since. Perfect. I wish I could do that too, so I could not be afraid. Obviously, Skirka, our devices keep everything. We do words and videos, just hope you don't F it up. I live somehow. Okay, cool. Yeah, my job there was to show you the concrete, and it was also to not get arrested because I didn't want to get like trespassed or anything. So I didn't want to, okay, because the people who go to school there, they didn't sign up to be in a murder crime scene. They signed up to be going to school. And so if I go there as a YouTuber or as a whatever personality, podcaster, whatever you call this, and I'm like holding my phone up in their face and they see it, and like there's hundreds of people watching them, that feels like an invasion of privacy. So that was the reason why I kept the phone down some of the time. Other times it was because I was forgetting, and I guess Kelly wasn't being nagging enough, and I kept forgetting anyway. But some of the time it was because I didn't want them to feel like they were being intruded on. I wanted to preserve their sense of privacy. That was why some of the time I had the phone down at the ground. Oh boy, here we go. No. You're muted right now. What did that say though? It would be hard not. They'd make an interesting team. Yeah, there was a tweet about that earlier, and it was denied. Oh boy, there it is again. I think she's still on the phone. I muted her. I don't know. I think she's still private. I mean, Kelly has some Emmy awards from the normal news level. I want to. I don't know what that's saying. How many steps did I get in when I was there? Quite a few. Most of it was just getting around to and from UVU. It wasn't so much when I was at UVU. Who are those people in matching shirts? Probably the burgundy shirts or the sort of purplish pink shirts. A lot of people think that those were military people. And I tend to think that that's plausible. See, this is why we need multiple people on here, because when I'm by myself, I'm not nearly as interesting. I just kind of ramble. All right, I'm from New York City. The bless your heart I'm most familiar with is a veiled insult of a coward. Yeah, I mean, that could be passive aggressive sometimes. I don't think it necessarily always is, though. I tend to assume the best intentions of other people. I don't like, okay, likability has, I was telling Kelly this earlier, likability has a lot to do with how you interpret other people's intentions. If you constantly think that other people are out to get you and that everything is an insult, you're seen as not being likable. You learn this when you learn how to write characters for screenwriting. So if you want to be likable, if you want people to like you, learn to interpret the best in other people's words. So when I hear bless your heart, I typically think that that is not an insult. And even if I do think it's an insult, it's actually in my best interests. It's actually in my best interest to assume that it is not an insult, because that makes me seem more likable. At least if I'm writing a fictional character. You don't want to be too emotionally manipulative, though, in the real world. Would be crazy with 3,000 in that courtyard. People would be crawling over each other. People kind of were crawling over each other, but that still doesn't mean that it was 3,000 people. You're crawling over each other to fit 1,000 in that area. So Kelly is so faithful in her work. I agree. I don't know if she's trying to talk in the stream at this point yet. I guess not. She's muted still. I don't know if she can hear me. I don't think she can hear me. I think she's completely silent right now. Why did I think I would get arrested? You never know. I mean, police officers can be extremely erratic sometimes. They don't always follow the law. I knew that I wasn't doing anything that was actually breaking the law. But if you watch a lot of like cop YouTube videos, like Audit the Audit is a really great channel that covers this. Police officers can do some pretty shady stuff for some really dumb reasons. So even if you're not breaking the law, if you're doing something that's even mildly disruptive to other people, you can get arrested even if you can file a lawsuit later. So, you know, it could be a money-making machine if you do get arrested at UVU just for filming, because you might get arrested and then you can file a lawsuit and get a lot of money out of the lawsuit out of that town. But you don't necessarily want to do that because it's going to be on your criminal record. And you don't even know if you're going to win a lawsuit. And a lawsuit is a lot of work. So civil rights, constitutional rights lawsuits are great ways of making a lot of money really fast. But the side effect is getting arrested. So I don't like getting arrested, and I don't necessarily trust law enforcement to know what the law is because they only get like 3 months of training basically on the law. So that's why I was afraid of getting arrested. Are you trying to talk in the stream right now? I don't know if she's talking on the phone or in the stream. I don't know. Who are you talking to right now? Can you hear me? I don't know. I think she's still talking on the phone. Don't forget they got him on the 33 hour. That's what they said, but nobody's been able to verify the math of that. The math doesn't actually work out that way. So that's why a lot of people think that they just said that because of the number 33. They really like the number 33. So that's what a lot of people think. I don't know. I'm not too infatuated with the number 33. because I think it's just kind of like weird. And like that one video Kelly sent me, Taylor Swift video, like 3.5 hour long show is supposed to be 33. I don't know, man. I think a lot of the 33 stuff is kind of woo woo, but maybe there's something there. Christy Whiteside says, okay, I was wondering what all of that meant. Am I being trolled because I said that? I don't know what the context of that is. I've spent some time in Eastern Tennessee and Western North Carolina. I find those of Scotch-Irish descent more honest than the coastal. I don't know. Geez, man, we're not going to platform that. Okay, Crunkton, listen, I don't know if I'm going to get unbanned from Discord. Why did you get banned from Discord? Who are you talking to, Kelly? You're still talking on the phone, I guess. You're still muted. You're talking into your mic like you're talking to me. Are you talking to me?
Oh, I'm on the phone. Oh, sorry. I'm on the phone with him. If you guys can hear me.
Have you been trying to talk to me the whole time?
No, I'm on the phone.
Okay.
I'm trying to get
Are
him
you ready
set
to
up.
come back in or not?
Are you in? He's trying. Are you in the stream? What do you see?
What I see?
Yeah.
Me? Me?
Oh, you see yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, is he coming in video?
No, but he said that he sees himself. So hold on just a second.
You don't see me?
Not yet.
Well, I don't want to be on the show.
You're
now.
not going to. Don't worry.
Well,
Don't
he's
worry.
on the show right now, so I'll mute you. Just like wave or
Yeah,
unmute yourself.
I know, Jordan. I had.
All right. I will continue reading comments here. I'm surprised he didn't have an invisibility cloak. I guess the assassin. I don't know. Not talking about Blake tonight. I asked because Tyler Robinson was not a student there and not familiar. What did you ask? Amy Riz 8890. Let's see if we can find what they asked. Amy Riz, in your opinion, could a person plan a shooting spot and navigate their campus from Google Maps, or is it a need to be there plan? I think that if you have Google Earth, she's really into this conversation. Wow. Very into this conversation. I think that if you had Google Earth, like the pro version of Google Earth, you could absolutely do that just from home because like it's really easy to do. If you have 3D buildings turned on with Google Earth. I don't think I have Google Earth on this computer. Let me check. I do not have Google Earth on this computer, so I can't show you, but a lot of people think that he would have had to have gone to the site beforehand to figure this out. I don't think he needed to, because he can just go on Google Earth Pro and figure out exactly where it would be. Now, how is he going to know where Charlie Kirk was going to set up? It's pretty obvious. If it's going to be an outdoor event, it's going to be in the courtyard. Like that's the most obvious place to do it. What you could do is you could just, wow. This is like a really in-depth, involved conversation here. A lot of facial expressions here. I wonder what they're saying. I want to hear what they're saying. What's going on in this conversation here? She muted herself. I can't unmute. Anyway, I think that you could. I'm going to turn your camera off. This is really distracting. I can't. Anyway. All right. Yeah, I think that you would just guess that it would be in the courtyard because, of course, it would be. It doesn't take a lot of, like, the chances of it not being in the courtyard is pretty low. Like, it's a 50-50, and if you show up there, maybe you have an alternate plan for someone else or for another spot as well. And, like, you get there and it's like, oh, they're in the courtyard. Okay, let's go with that plan. So I don't think that he necessarily had to have inside knowledge as to where Charlie was going to be for sure, or where the shooting position is for that area, because like you can do it on Google Earth. And like all the work that we're doing on the internet, people who haven't gone to UVU, how have we figured out where the shooting position is, how he got there, what the line of sight is? Google Earth. So it's like, well, why couldn't Tyler Robinson use the same tools we're using from home, Google Earth, to figure out where the shot could be? Like he could. So I don't think that he needed to do a site visit beforehand. That's just me, though. Is this conversation going to be held off the stream, or is it going to be held in the stream? I don't really know what's going on here. This sounds like an extremely interesting conversation. Care to share? I don't know. It sounds like a very interesting conversation going on over there. All right. Literally, I can't say that I've ever met anyone that's put that much thought and discussion into that 3-word phase. I'm not sure what they're talking about. It might be that one phrase. Blake is less than cautious. Accusations come freely with that one. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't so convinced.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry. My
My
phone just died. Bless his heart. So hopefully he will. Hold on. Okay. I've been trying over here. I just gotta get
that looked like a very interesting conversation. I was watching all of your facial expressions.
Oh my goodness, you guys. I mean, I was yeah, I was just trying to walk him through all the things. Hopefully he knows that I'm gonna call him right back as soon as I can. As soon as I can get my phone. I'm just doing too many things at once.
Have you talked to your phone provider yet? Like AT&T, Verizon, whatever? Talk to them to get you a new battery.
Oh, yeah. That's on my list. That's hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow.
I'll check in with you tomorrow then and see if you actually do it. Because like every single time you show me a screenshot of your phone, it's at 2%.
I know the battery. It's so bad. You guys, you should periodically check your battery status, battery health in your settings and make sure. Whoa, John has entered the studio. Yes, sir. Okay, hold on. Wait. I'm going to turn his camera off. Okay.
Can we turn his camera off?
I thought I could. Wait.
I don't think we can. He has to turn his off.
Well,
if he doesn't want to use it.
He doesn't. He's not going to know how.
Yes, we set boundaries on this show because nobody disrespects Kelly on this show.
Let's go ahead and get okay. Hey, John, if you can hear us. Okay, Jordan, can you go ahead and set up the stage for us to get ready for John?
Can he turn off his camera and then he just joins his audio?
Yeah. I mean, I will try to explain that.
This? They have your nickname already.
Hey, look, he's pointing his laptop toward the ceiling, so he's fine.
Can you just click the?
I don't even know if he can hear me right now.
Up?
Jordan.
You don't know if he can hear you right now.
Did you not see, Jordan? Did you not see the conversation that I just had for the last 20 minutes? Thank you.
So if I add him to the stage, we should be sharing audio right now. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear y'all good, clear, very clear.
Yay!
What do you want to talk about?
All right, I want to tell you my theory.
Okay.
So let me know how you want to do with this. You want me to go ahead and tell you what I think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
What do you
sir.
think?
And this was a great suggestion. I know that for our audience, they say, oh, well, why can't we see him? So if you could also, as you're kind of doing your intro, if you could just share a little bit, about why you prefer to go that route too.
Well, I mean, privacy, I reckon. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
he
even want to
doesn't
give my
have to
last name
explain why
really
he
here,
doesn't
but
want to go on camera. That's fine. Like most of our
Yeah,
guests don't. That's
I
fine.
understand. I'm just giving him an opportunity. That's fine.
What do you think physically happened to Charlie Kirk and why?
they
John?
say, but I believe he done it a different. Can you hear me?
I think you're breaking
Hello?
up a little bit. Go ahead.
We're going to need to be patient, Jordan.
I couldn't hear him. I think
Okay,
he's breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Can you? Okay. I think that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. I have believed that since September. After I went over everything, I come to the conclusion that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. I believe this since September, my theory, and I believe it just as much today as I did then. I believe that he went on the roof on the Locy Center, but he took a different gun in his backpack. He took a collapsible, shorter platform gun. Six, and probably may have put it in there before daybreak with a shorter platform gun, one that would fit in his backpack that he could collapsible. He was like open the gun up, lock a clip or whatever, and he had.
Oh, hey, John, I want to pause you if I can right there, because I do think that we may be losing a little bit of your audio. Are you on your end as well, Jordan?
Yes. That's why I was, I
Okay.
guess, interrupting. I couldn't hear him at all.
Yeah. I just want to make sure it was consistent. We really want to make sure that we can hear everything that you're saying, John. If you have a little bit, if you speak into the laptop a little more, we should be able to hear you.
I'm on my telephone, Kelly. I had to come in through my phone. I couldn't get it to go through on the computer.
Perfect. That sounds
But I'm
great
on my-
right there, wherever you are.
That's
Excellent.
much better.
Okay, yeah, I got up a little bit. But did you ever hear what I said already?
You were talking about how you
My
think
theory?
Tyler Robinson killed Charlie using.
I don't mind repeating it.
Can you hear me?
I think Tyler, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was trying to repeat what I remembered, and then you interrupted.
Yes, sir. Just go ahead and repeat, just for clarity's sake, in case anyone couldn't hear you. That would be great. Just go ahead and go for it.
Okay, in case anybody couldn't hear me, I believe that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. After I went over everything, in September after this happened, I followed his tracks, and after I went over everything, I come to the conclusion that he shot him, but I believe that he took a different gun on the Locy Center. I think he took a collapsible, shorter platform gun that would fit in his backpack, and he went on the roof with that. That's what he killed Charlie with. He pre-staged the Mauser 98 30-06 in the woods well ahead of the event. And then when he come off that roof, he went back to the woods. He took the tile off the gun that he just shot Charlie with. He took that tile and wrapped it around Grandpa's gun in the woods. And then he left a screwdriver on the roof intentionally. That way it looked like he had a Mauser 98 30-06 on that roof. Then he could use the excuse that once he got back to the woods, he couldn't take the gun apart because he left his screwdriver. But to prove that he was never going to take that gun with him, he wouldn't have put the shorts and the maroon shirt in his backpack. If he was actually going to take the gun out of the woods, once he got the woods, if he was going to break it down and put it back down in his clothing, there would have been no need for the shorts and the maroon shirt. I think that when he come out of the woods, he had the gun in his backpack that he killed Charlie with. And he left them the gun, the Mauser 98 30-06. He left them the screwdriver on the roof and the towel. And when he come out, he had the gun and went to his car and took it, who knows where. Could have thrown it in the river anywhere. But I believe he shot him with a different gun.
And what is the ultimate reason why you believe that he shot him with a different gun to begin with?
Okay. So he can get out of it, because he showed his face on the campus 3 times that day. Can you write these times down? If I give you all these
Sure.
times, I'll remember them in my head. Okay,
Yes,
write down
sir.
8:23 in the morning. 8:23, 8:29, 9:57, 10:08, 11:45, 11:49, 11:52, 12:15, 12:17, 12:22, 12:29, 12:44, and 6:38. That's all the times.
What were
All
those
the
numbers?
times are for what?
Through what each time was.
Oh, I think, hold on, we're losing your audio here again. Uh-oh.
I must have missed something.
Hold on. I'm going to type out all those numbers. If you can still hear me,
Mm-hmm.
John.
I
Oh,
can hear you.
perfect. Okay, you're there. Thank you. I'm typing out those numbers, but if you could, elaborate a little bit on the significance of those, please.
Oh, those, okay. The first time Tyler was seen was at 8:23 in the morning. He was on the street that goes that runs. It runs parallel with College Campus Road in the neighborhood. He was seen at 8:23 on his car driving by on a door cam at somebody's house. Okay, 6 minutes later, he shows up on the campus at 8:29. Okay, so that works perfect. If he's back there, the time he circles back and comes around to the campus, that allows 6 minutes. Okay, pulls up at the campus. They see him get out with shorts and maroon shirt and a gray Dodge Charger. Okay, the next time he is seen, here's what I think. I think he went out on the campus and looked, and maybe they won't setting Charlie up at 8:30 in the morning. So at 9:57, he goes by that same house, that same door cam. He's headed back to the college, and he goes around by TMZ cameras right before he gets to the campus again at 10:08. Okay, I think he's going back then because he didn't see him setting him up maybe at 8:30 in the morning. So when he's going back at say he gets on the campus by 10:15, 10:20, surely they're going to be putting Charlie up by setting him up for the day, but then because the event starts at 12. And I believe he goes on the public walkway right behind Charlie's tent where they had him set up, and he looks back at the Losa Center to make sure he's going to have a line of sight. Once he sees everything's in place, he goes back to his car and later leaves. When he goes back to his car, he's got two backpacks that day. He's got a blue backpack and a black backpack. Goes back to the car, he already has the black backpack already with everything he needs to do the job. Changes clothes, takes his shorts and maroon shirt, puts it in that backpack, the black one. He's ready to go. He heads back to the campus for the third time. This time he's on the way to Kelly. And why somebody going to campus 3 times in a day with nothing but a cap, sunglasses on, that they're going to be seen. And probably the way he goes around because I've looked at him in the past and the accident he got, he's always got his cap and his sunglasses. So he had to know somebody was going to see him and pick him out. And prove that his mom and daddy did. And if not, somebody else would have seen him. So he knew he was going to get caught. But at the end, he was counting on that bullet would not match the gun they found in the woods. And when it don't match, who else killed Charlie? There's 3,000 or 4,000 people there. And that's what I believe.
John, how do you know that that was Tyler Robinson on camera in any of those photos or videos?
Well, I mean, his mom and daddy picked him out.
Well, did they though?
Well, yeah, that's what the probable cause documents say. That they picked him out. His own mama, she called him, and he said he was in the bed. He was in the bed sick. Said he was on the 11th. She called him, and he said I was also at home yesterday sick. And then she tells her husband, which Tyler's daddy, and he agrees it looks like Tyler, and that he calls him and wants him to send a picture to him. And he can't show him the gun. So
yeah, according to what was written in this document by the police, is that right? According to what was written. So I mean, we're talking like levels on levels. But I still don't think that that's exactly what was said. But regardless, I don't think that anyone has seen an image of even a person like Tyler pulling a trigger or even being in the prone position, ready to take a shot on the roof.
Okay. The reason why I believe we don't see that, Kelly, is they're holding all that for the trial. They only showed what they had to show, just trying to get a hit for somebody to call in and say, "Hey,
no, sir." Then how would they have though identified him as being the person who did it?
You talk.
I mean, they didn't even release those photos. They did not even release those suspect photos until Tyler Robinson was already in police custody.
Yeah, he turned himself in, right?
Yeah, and I mean, when you say turn himself in, we don't really know the context of that. Could he have gone to maybe think he was clearing something up?
Yeah.
You know?
And the beginning of this show tonight was, why don't they show us the body cam? Why don't they show us the security cam of him coming into the building like they do on all these other cases? So we can see, was it like, hey,
well,
are you guys like, can I talk to you guys and we can sort this out? Was it like that? Or was it like coming in with my hands up naked, like in that one movie? Like, what was the context there? We don't know because they won't show us.
And I don't sit now. Y'all back. I see you now. But when you say like in all other cases, like I heard you mention earlier, George Floyd, and who else was it you mentioned? Okay, the one that tried to kill Donald Trump. Okay, those people are dead. Okay, no. Tyler Robinson he's got to go stand trial for this.
Luigi is
They're not going to give out no more information. Who's not alive?
Luigi is alive.
Say it again.
Luigi Mangione.
Well, I don't know about that one.
And we have the body cam of him.
But I'm just talking about that.
Well, and even with the White House correspondence, dinner, incident, I mean, the suspect is alive, but no one was ultimately killed. So,
yeah, I ain't really looked into that, but That's just what I believed. I believe it just as much today as I believed it in September. And I've got videos before I can go watch, and I really break it down on his timelines and everything. If y'all want to look me up, do you know how to look me up? Do what?
Can you see?
Yeah, I can see.
You see the screen? Okay.
I can see.
Let me see.
I can see it, yeah.
Have you seen these images before?
Yes.
What's happening to the necklace here?
Well, now I can't see all that. It's so small on my phone, I can just barely tell it's Charlie. But I can't see.
You remember what these images show?
Yes. Yeah, I remember because I looked at all of it over and over.
From memory, what does it show happening to the necklace?
I mean, it breaks. I see it break, and I see the shirt movement go up. But I believe that's from cavitation. I mean, I think that when he was hit, all that force being him, I mean, it's just, we can't explain cavitation, the vaccine cavitation. How can we explain that? Like tornadoes and stuff. There's things that's happened during tornadoes that no one can explain how that happened. Same way with this. I don't think this can be.
I don't think this is a tornado, but okay.
Right.
Can you describe what path the necklace takes as it moves?
Half the what now?
What happens to the necklace? How does it move?
I mean, it comes up.
Why does it?
It comes up. I mean, the chain. When does it come up? Right after he shot. I mean, because of all the cavitation. I think that when the cavitation is so quick and fast.
Okay. Why does cavitation cause the necklace to come up?
Just that certain energy. I mean, it happened so quick. I mean, just like you couldn't see. Look at all the cavitation in Charlie's neck and his face. How big he got. I mean, he nearly doubled, or at least half the size again that he was. But you can't see that with the eye. It happened so fast because when he got shot, could anybody see it? It happened instantly. But with the high-speed cameras and all that,
but I don't know how you can assert that happened.
What now?
You're asserting that happened, but why should I believe that actually happened?
Because I mean, you can see. Hadn't you seen the footage where Charlie, you know, how big his head and his neck and all that swelled?
There's like one.
Yeah, you haven't seen that.
I've reproduced.
You can't reproduce it.
Well, I have reproduced it, and I'm still alive. But what I want to draw your attention to, I know that it's difficult for you to see. I'm going to try to make it bigger.
Oh, hey, John, you might be covering up the microphone on your phone.
And I'm going to.
That might be what I'm doing.
Yes, thank you. Much better. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna make a request here of you, John. If you hear either of us talking, please don't interrupt. That way we can hear each other. All right. What I'm going to try to show you, okay, so what part of the neck, if we want the cross pendant to jump upwards, if we want the entire necklace to shoot up, what part of the neck has to expand in order to cause the necklace to fly upwards?
I can't answer that. I can't say what part of the neck. All I know is I think when the bullet went in and hit his spine, it was that jolt so fast when it hit his spine. I mean, instant cavitation. It's just, you can't see it with the eye. I mean, it was so quick.
Okay. Would it be the left side of the neck?
It can't be explained. Not unless you set somebody up and do it. Do what now?
Would it be the left? Hello. Would it be the left side of the neck?
No. Oh, well, no, the shot was on the left side of the neck. Yes.
No, but what part of the neck has to expand to cause the necklace to come up? The left?
The whole neck, the whole head, his whole upper body swelled. He turned into the
Okay.
Hulk.
Okay.
I mean, have you ever watched the movie The Hulk?
Okay, what part, in order to push the necklace up, which part of the neck has to expand? The left, the right, the front, the back?
I don't know. Just the whole neck. I mean, I can't.
Okay, if
How
the
can that be
front of the
explained?
neck expands alone, is that going to cause the necklace to come up? The answer is the back of the neck. The back of
If
the
the
neck
front of the
has
neck
to
expands,
to push the necklace up. Right?
it looks like the middle shot. It looks like when he's hit.
Would you agree that if
And
you
at the
want the
same time,
entire
that
necklace, would you agree?
the cavitation.
Hello? You
Well,
can't just keep
there's
saying cavitation,
well,
cavitation.
no, it's I know, but there's a little bit of a delay there, I think, because
Yeah.
he's
I'm gonna talk now. The back of the neck, in order for the entire necklace to get pushed up this way,
And look,
the back of the neck.
excuse me tonight.
Hold on,
My girl's
you're interrupting me. I'm gonna finish my thought. The back of the neck has to expand outwards to pull the necklace up, right?
I'd say the whole neck swelled. I mean, just I can't tell you what part and what done it. It's just his whole upper body just swelled.
Okay, if the left
I
and
can't tell you if
right
it's the
part
side of his neck, the back of his neck.
Okay, what I'm getting at is the back of the neck would be the part that swells to get it to come up, but the back of the necklace is undisturbed. 64 milliseconds in. Like the part of the necklace that is taking the weight of the necklace at first, it's undisturbed. It hasn't moved. Like the part of the necklace on the back of his neck has not moved. 16 milliseconds in, 32 milliseconds in, 48 milliseconds in, 64 milliseconds in, and then at 80 milliseconds, now it's starting to move. It's undisturbed. You cannot tell me that the entire neck cavitated if the back of the necklace resting on the back of the neck is still resting on the back of the neck, completely undisturbed. 64 milliseconds in. Did he just quit?
well, I don't know. It might have dropped. I'm not sure. I mean, he was having increasing delays with
You get what I'm
service.
saying, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just he would not answer my question. He just refused. So
Okay.
he can
Well,
come back in
the
if he
good
wants
thing
to.
is we're all fine. We're all fine here.
Yeah, we're all friends here. I just wish you would
If
answer my question.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just gonna say again, I got 20. You guys, okay, Blake. No, that guy was
Get
not
out of here, man.
related to me. Y'all think really, as hard as I have pushed the theories that I have pushed, you think that I'm gonna have a relative come in with that? No. Stop. Jeez.
We'll see if he wants to come back in or not.
I looked happy. No, I'm not. I'm just trying to be pleasant. It's 1:00 in the morning. I was happy when he came on the phone because I was finally able after all this time.
What's going on right
He's been
now?
asking to be
Blake,
on the phone. My God,
get out of
Blake.
here, man.
Like,
Get
don't be a
outta here.
jerk about it. And I would have asked your questions if I could have gotten to a point of asking appropriate timed questions. Like, don't be, a party pooper. Come on, man.
I'm deleting all his comments. I'm not banning him, but I'm deleting his comments. All right. Is he indicating whether he intentionally rage quit or if he's trying to get back in?
I don't know. Hold on.
No evidence for collapsible bang bang? I don't know. That might be something I'm not supposed to say, but they have your nickname as their profile name. You muted yourself. Okay. You owe no one an explanation. I don't know. Delete comment. This person is saying it had to have come from the back left, the way that he reacted. Yeah, some people think that. I don't think so. I don't think what we're seeing is a gunshot wound at all. Yes, I 100% agree with this comment. Yeah, you have to let people go sometime. So, general thoughts on that theory. I think it makes sense. Like, if you think about it from the perspective of a real assassin, yeah, you probably would do something like that, like he said. So, like the narrative that he has for, I think they're talking about Blake. Yeah, I'm gonna put this up. So, like the narrative that he draws for Tyler Robinson makes sense. I like it, and I think it makes sense. Like that works. I like where he's going with that, but it doesn't match the physical evidence. Like what physically happened to Charlie Kirk, it wasn't a gunshot. So, yeah, because like when cavitation causes the necklace to break, I've said this a million times before. Is this guy coming back in or what? We don't need him to be. Is she angry at me right now? I don't know. I think that's a yes. Because if he's not coming back in, then I don't know. Like I think she's angry at me.
I'm trying, Jordan. Just be patient. Okay.
But I see this. What I seen on my computer a while ago, I seen on my phone.
She muted herself again. Does she need to be muted though? I don't know. No, she was angry at me. The energy is so off in this episode. I don't think so at all. Yeah, I don't know if we need him to come back on. Staged event, not that hard to see.
Here's what we're going to do, you guys, is I am going to play John from the phone. Let me make sure that I am hooked up to the charger.
Yeah, I think this is accurate. Get crunked and listen. I think this is accurate. But I didn't know if he was coming back or not. So that was my question.
Oh, Jordan, I mean, just I'm going to do that one more time.
I have to keep talking. So every one of my thoughts is being spoken out loud.
Okay, all right, that's enough. Here we go. John, are you with us, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Let's rock and roll.
All right. Did y'all even hear anything I said to start with?
Yes, sir. We heard a lot. Okay.
I just gave you compliments on your narrative, on like your psychological play-by-play narrative for Tyler Robinson. I agree with it. I think it's great. I just don't think that that's what physically happened to Charlie Kirk.
Okay. So you don't think he was shot?
No, I don't, because what we see happen under the shirt to the necklace to the cross pendant is grossly inconsistent with gunshot wound, and it is grossly inconsistent with cavitation because the back of the neck and the back of the necklace remain undisturbed. And that is grossly inconsistent with cavitation.
Okay. Do you have other people getting shot, something to compare it to? I mean,
If the back of the neck expands rapidly, I would not expect to see the back of the necklace undisturbed.
Okay, but I mean, without seeing like somebody else with the same setup, how can we sit here and say that it was wrong? I mean, it don't match. I mean,
If the whole neck expands in like milliseconds, the entirety of the necklace would be disturbed. That's just common sense, but it's not. Only the front is disturbed until like 80 milliseconds in. That tells me that it's not the neck expanding.
so like when he goes back, his neck and all that jerk on that chain so quick, and from the cavitation and all, you don't think that jerk, that pullback, could jerk that necklace up?
Not in that way, no. Not starting it. The motion starts at the pendant, and the energy travels only upwards in one straight trajectory, and the back is not disturbed. In order for the whole necklace to jump up from cavitation, the back would have to be disturbed first, but it's disturbed last.
I'd have to go back and look again. I mean, I can't say you're wrong, but
Yeah, like the details of the photography matter. Like you have to see, okay, what starts moving first? What is disturbed first? Where does the energy start and where does it end? And that's what I did. And like the back of the necklace is not disturbed, and that's a really big problem for any cavitation theory. And that's why I do not think that what happened was a gunshot wound. Like you cannot explain the necklace behavior with a gunshot wound. Period. Full stop.
I don't know. That I don't know. But I just, like I said, I believed the whole time that Tyler Robinson won't. And I don't see why everybody can't believe that. Like, how can Tyler do it? It looks so simple to me to walk through the building, to walk up a set of steps, go over a wall, and lay down, unfold a gun in your backpack, and we'll go over and lay on the side of the roof and shoot. I don't see why everybody thinks that would be so hard to do. How could he pull it off by himself?
But sir, what is it about Tyler Robinson that anyone has shown you, told you? What hard concrete proof and evidence do you have that shows you that he is even remotely capable of such a thing, let alone being there? Any of it? I mean, it seems that it is only because, the police told you so.
I can't say that. Now I think that Tyler pulled it off by himself. Now he may have had somebody put the gun in the woods for him, Grandpa's gun. There could have been somebody else helping him, and there could be other people behind this that pushed Tyler in the direction to do this. But I do believe that Tyler's the one that went on that roof and went over and laid down on the west side of the building and shot Charlie Kirk.
With that train of thought, though, couldn't it be that Tyler perhaps just set a gun in the woods and didn't do anything else?
Why would he do that? Why would he?
If that was one person's mission, if that was a patsy's mission.
Let's stop and ask ourselves. Would I involve myself to go put a gun in the woods and just be a patsy. But I'm sitting in jail now, facing the death sentence or at best life in prison. I mean, what did he gain out of this?
How do you know he's actually sitting in jail?
How do we? I mean, we got to go on the charges and what we're seeing. I mean, we got to go on something. We can't just discredit everything. I mean, you don't think he's in jail?
I don't know that definitively. I don't know that his family hasn't, that it wasn't some arrangement, that his family wasn't paid off a bunch of money. I don't know that he maybe doesn't already know that it's that the entire narrative is set up so he's not going to have to, that he won't be convicted. Like, we don't know. That's why we're investigating this case day in and day out.
I don't think his family would let their son go through all this and them, the whole family, be put through all this,
Well, what if they were terrified? What if they were terrified, though, that, okay, we can't speak out because, if someone could take out Charlie Kirk, they certainly could take out either, the family just during the day-to-day, or Tyler while he is in custody.
Okay. So how did they even find out about Tyler to start with? If this is all set up, how did they find Tyler and say, okay, we're going to pick this guy right here. This is the guy that's going to be the fall guy. This is the guy we're going to get and make out like he went on this roof and shot Charlie Kirk. How did they find Tyler Robinson, pick him all out of all the people in the world? And he's the one sitting in jail. But everybody's saying that didn't happen. They're coming up with everything but Tyler Robinson shooting Charlie Kirk. They're saying exploding mics. They come up with so many theories, it's crazy. Just like the exploding mic. I know that theory is wrong. I've been knowing it. Just like the guy talking about it a while ago. Just like Jordan says, it don't line up. You can't put something on the right side of you with no exit wound and make it run across your chest, hit the left side of your neck, and then make a 90-degree turn and go into the spine. A bullet, when it goes one way or an object, it goes a straight path. It can't go skim across the chest, hit the left side of the neck. It would have ripped the side of the neck out and kept going. It wouldn't made a 90-degree turn and went to the spine. That right there alone disproves the exploding mic theory alone.
Can I ask you, do you have any military experience?
No.
You've never.
I'm
sorry, what was that?
I'd like to just think I got some common sense.
Okay, you've never served in the military. Have you ever served in law enforcement in any capacity whatsoever?
No. The only thing I've done all my life is build houses. And that's what I know what it's like to go up in the air and work and look at things and all different kind of ground terrains. So like I've heard everybody say, well, we want to go to the UVU. I feel like I've already been there. I mean, I built houses for 30 some years. So I've lived in there about half my life, 40, 50, 60 foot. And just like them public walkways at UVU, they're all built that way because it's Utah Valley University. It's built in a valley. Them public walkways, it was engineered this way to help people get around. It made it easy for people to walk around that campus and that school, up and down hills because it's hilly. And it's just like walking on a sidewalk. I mean, that's why they made the public walkways on the rooftops. And for Tyler Robinson to go up those steps and come out and go up on the Loesch Center, they wouldn't have paid that no mind. They see people walk out and go up them steps all the time. It's a public walkway. So they didn't think nothing when they seen him go up them steps. I mean, it's just like if you get out of your house and walk down the sidewalk. I mean, ain't nobody gonna think nothing of that.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody's like, well, how did he get up there? I mean,
Like, won't they cheers when
Yeah,
he went
it's
up the
not
roof?
hard to get
Why
up
did he
there.
come
Getting
down?
up there is very easy.
I like to touch on this too, Kelly.
Sure.
People say, well, why didn't he go back over the wall, go back down the steps and go through the building and come up, go back down the same way he come up?
Slower.
Have you thought that? I mean, that's easy to answer.
Slower.
Why would he go, when he come through the building, he didn't have no gun to be seen. But when he shot Charlie, his best bet was to stay on that roof and go across to the northeast corner and get off. If he'd have went back through the building after he shot Charlie, he had a gun in his hand with a towel wrapped around it. When he went back down through the building, if people would have seen him in the building, they would have said, hey, that guy just come through the building with a gun. He just run across the road in the woods. But the way he done it, he jumped off the building, which is about a 10 or 12 foot jump, which is nothing for a 22-year-old. And he didn't have a 9-pound Mauser in his hand. He had a shorter platform with AR.
Could you say that again? Jordan was asking.
That jump is nothing for a 42-year-old.
When he jumped off the roof, he wasn't jumping with a 9-pound Mauser in his hand. He was jumping with like an AR-15, a shorter platform type gun. And
I think that jump is quite something.
That would be a walk in the park at 22 years old to jump 10 or 12 feet.
22. Okay. Gotcha.
That would have been the best way for him to come off that building rather than trying to go through the building, because now he's got a gun in his hand. But when he went up on the Losa Center, there was no gun to be seen. But coming back, he wasn't about to go through that building with a gun in his hand. He jumped off the building and he had that hill to his left side to nobody could see him for the hill. And he kept that gun, if you notice it, on his left leg, and he kept it in a step as he walked. So nobody in the parking lot could see that gun or nobody coming down the road. He kept it right in step with his leg. All he was trying to do was get over that hill. And once he went over that hill across the highway, nobody could see him no more, because once you go over the other side of the road, it's a drop off. And he got from when he shot Charlie, he was in those woods in less than 2 minutes. So he done knew where he was going to go as soon as he made that shot. He knew he had to go straight to them woods, for the fact the Mauser 98 30-06 was laying in them woods waiting on him. He took the towel from that gun, wrapped it on Grandpa's gun. He unfolded the collapsible gun, put it back in his backpack, changed clothes, and he bolted. And to prove that, when he come out on 800 West, he was running. Why was he running if he didn't have a gun on him? He looked like every other college kid with a backpack with shorts and a maroon shirt. He didn't have to run no more at that point, but he was still running for the fact he had a gun on him and it was in his backpack and he needed to hurry up and get to his car.
Well, you think his gun was in his backpack when he ran away?
Yes.
But we can see the rifle.
He went on that roof. When he went on that roof, other words, he was faking the limp. He didn't have a gun in his clothes. The gun was in his backpack. He had a collapsible gun that would fit in his backpack. The Mauser 98 was already in the woods.
What do you know about collapsible guns?
I've looked them up. Back then, I looked them up, what type of guns could fit in a backpack, because I knew it. I said, that gun ain't on him. Mm-hmm. He does not have no gun down his clothes. There's no way. I watched him going up the steps, the pictures and all. I seen how sharp his legs bit, how tight his jeans was. I said, there's no gun to be seen.
So, I mean, look, I know you, and for the audience, just so they're aware, and I could go back and look at the exact date of when you first called me, tracked me down to, well, it was right after I was on Paramount.
December.
Yeah. So anyway, because you had a theory that you wanted to talk to me about. I don't remember you giving an exact name of a a weapon like that or a gun like that at the time. But I mean, is there some
I got videos.
specifics?
Can I give y'all a way to look my videos up?
There is a right answer to that question.
I'm on YouTube if y'all want to look at my videos.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we've had someone earlier asking for your info. And I mean, we always share our guests' info, Jordan. So,
Okay.
Or planned guest info, at least.
Okay. I'm going to tell you how to look me up. Do the @ symbol, right? Okay. It's @ John, JOHN -R3X6J. You want to call it back?
I think Jordan's typing it in right now.
I think I have your page up here now.
When I put videos on YouTube, I didn't know what I was doing. I put one on there 4 times because I didn't see it come up. So I put it again. And then all of a sudden I seen it just all of them popping up. So I've got 9 videos on there, but it's only like 4 different type of videos, I think, of different videos.
Is there any specific one I should play a little bit of?
Well, you can look at the one with Gary Mountain and Gray Hughes, all in 22 minutes. And I'm just showing what they missed in that video, what I think they missed. But there's a 34-minute video I've got that I think is one of my best. And then, Kelly, you've seen my 39-minute video. I sent you that back in December, remember?
Yeah, oh, yes, sir. That was many months ago.
Okay, well, you've seen that one, but I got a 34-minute video, and then I've got an hour and 22-minute, and I got a 12-minute video on there, and then a 3-minute. I got 5 videos on there. And I got 2 more on my phone that I have never put on there yet.
Did you go to UVU?
I guess so.
I think this is like...
You didn't go to UVU, is that correct?
No.
What is this?
So this is whose video are you using?
Okay. I was Gray Hughes.
Oh,
he was
okay.
showing the Google Earth, and I was drawing it out. What I done, let me tell y'all what I did. I took my phone on my table, and I set it up with a towel. I'm doing the same thing Tyler Robinson did. I used a towel. Okay, I set my phone up on the towel, and I had it pointing at my laptop. And then I hit record, and I was playing the video, and I would pause it, and then I would talk and tell what I thought, and then I would go back to play and show the Google Earth and then the tracking and the timing. And that's what made me come up with this. I mean, I seen all of his tracks and everywhere he went, and just showing his face 3 times on the campus. He had to have a trick up his sleeve. Are you there?
Oh, we're here. I'm hanging on your every word, sir.
That's why I call him Tyler the Magic Man.
Oh, Tyler the Magic Man. I see. Okay, that's a new one.
Okay, look, that's why he had the black towel. Why did he even bring a towel? Why did he bring a towel?
Maybe he didn't like getting dirty. I don't know.
I think he had that towel rolled up in his backpack with a screwdriver in it, so that when he unrolled it, the screwdriver was left there intentionally.
Why do you think they didn't put the screwdriver, mention it at all in the indictment or in the probable cause statement?
I don't know. I don't know why that's not. I've heard that too, but I mean, the guy when this goes to trial, somebody's gonna have to testify that they found that screwdriver on that roof.
Like a little magic screwdriver, it just appeared out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, think about this too. If Tyler's claiming that he went up on the roof, if this is what they're saying, he went up there with a Mauser 98 30-06. There's 2 screws for that. You have to have a screwdriver to reassemble the gun. Okay, so he had to have a screwdriver to make it look like he actually put that gun together. He used that screwdriver in 2 ways.
He made it look like that he put the gun together there. He laid in the corner for 5 minutes, and then he used it to his advantage again. Once he got to the woods, he's going to say, hey, I couldn't find my screwdriver. That's why I left the gun behind. So that screwdriver was a big part of Tyler's magic. He used a towel to make sure that gun was hid, and no one ever got to see the gun. You couldn't tell what kind of gun was under that towel. So they can never say, we know for a fact Tyler Robinson had a Mauser 98 30-06 on that roof. They never seen it. That's what the towel, the screwdriver, and a different gun. That was Tyler's magic. Okay. He was going to go up there and shoot him with a different gun. And what he was counting on is that when the bullet don't match, once they do the autopsy and get the bullet out of Charlie, it's not going to match this gun. And the gun I shot him with, only God knows where it's at in Tyler Robinson. It could be in the bottom of the river.
Do you have any direct evidence of a secondary gun? Because you're asserting that there's a secondary gun, but how do we know that there's a secondary gun? Or really, for that matter, any gun at all?
I can't prove anything. It's just my theory, Jordan. I can't prove nothing. But what by looking at the pictures and stuff of him coming up the steps and as he's coming in.
Hold on. You know what's the name of the show?
Mine?
Our show.
You talking about my video?
Really nice
no, our show. Try and
prove it. Yeah. So how would you go about trying to prove that there was a second gun? I know he could hear me that time.
Say that again. Sorry, Jordan. Is a delay on my end, I think. Again, remember,
Maybe.
He's on the phone. He's on the phone.
Maybe. How would you go about proving that there's a second gun?
I can't prove it. It's just my theory. But I believe that's what.
Well,
look,
it's the wrong show, man. This is the wrong show. You can't come on the show and say that. You got to at least try.
That's what I'm trying to do. But who can come on the show and prove anything? I mean, just like y'all, you think that Charlie Kirk's still alive, but you can't prove it. There's nobody can prove nothing. We're gonna have to wait for all this to go through the trial, and I think we're all gonna learn more.
The trial's going to prove anything either. The trial's not going to prove anything. We're conducting an investigation, and yeah, we're trying to prove it. And that's what we're asking you to do as well. And not just give up and say it's no, there's no point. We want you to try.
Well, the best proof I could give that I think is that who's going to go, Tyler would never go on that campus 3 times in one morning showing his face. I mean, he would be signing his own death sentence. I mean, he's a straight A student, right?
Yeah. What kind of idiot would do that? Why do you think I still don't understand why you think that was him.
Why do I think that's him?
Yeah. Other than the cops telling you that you should believe that that's Tyler.
They got
different clothes.
They got him in the neighborhood. They got pictures of him in the.
It's not his ears. It's not his nose. It's not his lips.
How do you know it's of him? And not Joe Schmo.
We think of ourselves, or people take of us, that we look totally different a little bit.
Not in that way. Look, my ears are always going to look the same. Okay. I have what do they call it? I don't know. My earlobes are not connected to my ear. Some people's are, right? My lips, are going to be a certain way. Like my, those things don't change. They don't.
And you can
not in the course of a day.
Yeah, but you can honestly say that those ain't Tyler Robinson's ears.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the most pressing things, I would say, because when you look, and I'll tell you, I mean, I have I'm going to tell a little story, you guys, just for a quick second here. For one of my sons, like the cartilage in an ear is so hard to change. There's a whole way, there's like this thing called the ear wall system. When babies are born, like some people want to change the shape of ears if they're like deformed or something like a certain way. Okay. I'm just telling you, this is how much I know about ears. As a mom, I know a lot of random stuff. It's the reality of things. And, you just can't, it is extraordinarily hard to change an ear shape. Okay. And there are a lot of people who, just like they try to change their baby's head shapes, they try to change their baby's ear shapes, whatever. It's a thing. Okay. And when you see Tyler's ear, excuse me, not Tyler's ear. Well, Tyler's ear in the courthouse looks one way. The person who is in the stairwell, you see the top of his ear is flopped over. Okay. And then you see a difference in the lobe. So I'm just going to tell you guys, that's it for me. If you want to boil this down to the most simple way, forget like all this stuff. I mean, if we're going to go, if they don't want to give us video evidence, okay, of, Tyler in the tunnel, Tyler in the stairwell, Tyler in the, wherever, they should have it all from all over the place. They don't want to give us any of that. They just want to give us these random blurry little shots. Well, then that's what we're going to go off of. And I can tell you, based on going off of that, it sucks.
When they give us only that much, we don't believe you.
Can I say something to that, Kelly?
Sure.
Okay. I think that once the trial gets to really going, we're going to see it all. I think we're going to actually see Tyler come out of that corner at 12:17. He goes over the wall. Let me tell you this too. When he come up the steps at 12:15, he come up on the public walkway. He stood there for 2 minutes looking, making sure there was nobody on that Loesche Center. All the other roofs are below the Loesche Center going down in the valley. There's no roofs that high. The camera behind the Loesche Center, the public walkway that leads to the other building, has a camera on it. That camera could not see through that wall to see what Tyler was doing behind that wall. Okay, he stays behind that wall for 5 minutes from 12:17 to 12:22. But when he comes up at 12:15, he stays there for 2 minutes looking around. And once he seen there was nobody manning that roof, I think he gave it a quick look back down the public walkway and back down the steps. And once he didn't see nobody coming, he made his move and went over the wall. But, yeah, I mean, and then he stayed in the corner for 5 minutes to 12:22, and he come up and went and took the shot at 12:23 and 28 seconds is when he fired the gun.
Because the feds told you so, right?
The feds.
Yeah.
No. I mean, they actually, with Gray Hughes, he actually nailed it down to the second when it shows the guy standing there and the timing. The gun went off at 12:23 and 28 seconds.
But that's quite the story. But how do we know that it's true?
Okay, and when he come up them steps at 12:15, I think if he'd seen somebody on that roof on the Loesche Center manning it, I believe he would have took a right, or either he'd have went back down the steps the same way he come up. He'd went back down.
I think he was hanging out there for a little while.
Right, and he would have called it off. He would have said, "Hey, I can't do it today. There's a man on the roof." When he said there was somebody in that Loesche Center, it was on.
That's my theory. Only I say that he just rejected the initial request. And so he had to wait a little while until there were no more eyes on him. And then he was able to get over there. But that's why his final words were not Jesus Christ is Lord, but were instead counting or not counting gang violence. So I agree with you on that. Like, you have to wait a little while until there's no eyes on you. So you're going to incur a delay there. So I agree with you there.
No, that ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when he come up the public walk. When he come up the steps, he come to the public walkway at 12:15. He stood around for 2 minutes. He was making sure the coast was clear. He was making sure that Lucy Center, there was no man on that roof. Once he seen everything, 17.
That's what I just said.
Do what?
That's what I just said. Why are you saying that's not what I said?
Because you're saying he was waiting for the question. He jumped in the corner over the wall at 12:17. He stayed in the corner for 5 minutes. He didn't come back up until 12:22. And according to the charging documents, it says he disappeared for a short time. Well, the short time was 12:17 to 12:22. Once he stood back up, that could be seen again.
We got to wrap this up. This is the Try and Prove It show. You're not really trying to prove anything. You're just making a lot of assertions, some of which we agree with, some of which we don't agree with. Do you have any final words before we part ways?
Yeah, I do. Okay. I think that Tyler Robinson had a trick up his sleeve. There's no way, like I said, he was going to show his face 3 times on that campus that day and go up there with Grandpa's gun, shoot him, and go leave it in the woods. I think Tyler Robinson, like I said, put a different gun in his backpack and went killed him, and that was going to be the way he gets out of it. And there was something else I was going to say, but I forget now. I got sidetracked with that.
Have you followed Gray Hughes? When did you start following Gray Hughes?
I tried. Can I bring up names on here, other names too? I mean, I tried to reach out to Gary Melton, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I tried to reach out to Gary Melton. My first date was October the 19th. I tried to reach Gary. And because I had figured out in my mind what happened. I figured this out in September. But I had no way of reaching out to nobody. I didn't even know how to text on a telephone. I mean, when it comes to electronics and stuff, I can't do a whole lot on the computer now, but Google stuff up and YouTube. I'm not good with electronics. But anyway, I had this in my mind that that's what happened, but I didn't know how to get it out until finally I seen Gary, and I tried to reach him through his business with no luck. So then I tried to reach Gary, and then I seen you come on there, Kelly. And I said, well, hey, let me see, can I find? Well, I seen Blake to start with. Blake Bednar's went on first in November.
Well, I went on first. Maybe you just didn't see me first.
I seen Blake, and then I seen you come on. Did you go on there 2 times or one?
Just one. One and done.
I could swear you come on after Blake.
Ooh, nope.
But anyway, I seen Blake, and I reached out, and I was able to find him, and I talked to Blake, and then I found you, and I was able to track both of y'all down. So, but then I've tried to reach out to Gray and Gary, and I've never been able to talk to neither one of them. But anyway, y'all got my stuff. Look at my theories and look at all my videos.
Awesome. Well, all right, Jordan, you got any final words?
Nope. I just think we should focus on what physically happened to Charlie Kirk and look at how the necklace behavior conclusively rules out a gunshot wound.
Got it. Well, thank you so much, John, for joining us tonight. I'm proud of you for working through the tech.
Hey, I'm so happy right now. I ain't up on my baby sleep. I've been wanting to do this since September.
Well, good.
I've been wanting to put somebody since September and get this out, and I'm finally glad that so people can hear me. Now, everybody's going to believe what they want to believe. They might not believe me. But, I'm going along. I know what I was going to say a while ago. He asked me, was there anything I want to say at the end? Okay. I think that my theory goes along with the charges that Tyler Robinson went on the roof and killed Charlie Kirk, only with a different gun. But when it comes to all the other theories out, exploding mics, necklaces, and all that, I can disprove them so easy. It's a joke. Even when they even tell that.
All right. Why don't you try to disprove fake death theory?
We'll have you on again if you can disprove fake death theory.
Well,
That's what Jordan said.
Hold on. I want to get something
Wait.
valuable
Hold on.
If it's so easy to debunk all these other theories, it should only take a few seconds to debunk fake death theory, right?
A few seconds. You got it right.
All right. How do you debunk fake death theory?
Okay. All the cavitation.
There's no cavitation. There's no cavitation.
Hold on. You covered up your phone mic again, John.
There's no conclusive evidence of cavitation.
There you go. No. Okay. So no conclusive evidence of cavitation, but continue.
Well, okay. Well, if you're going to say there's no conclusive evidence of it, then I was tell you. But from what I've seen in pictures and stuff, it looks like to me, I don't know how you can fake it. From what I've seen, the pictures and stuff of Charlie Kirk, the guy's neck and face and head is huge. And if those pictures are accurate, there's no way that a man can live with that kind of cavitation in his body.
Yeah, you'd have to show me the photos, because I've looked at all the photos, at all the video frames, and I even have them on my X profile banner, HQ, whatever thing, and his head doesn't expand.
Okay, well, Jordan, I'm just going off on all the pictures and the stuff I've seen on YouTube, on videos, and I'm just going off on what I see. And if that did happen, the way I'm seeing it, then I don't know how nobody could live.
Yeah.
Like Charlie Wood.
I hear you. And that's the tough thing. I think, you guys, at the end of the day, and that's why a lot of people struggle with this. And as we're wrapping this up here, okay, that's why a lot of people do struggle with this, is that, you're having to count on random photos, videos, whatever that's put on the internet, and you're hoping that what you're seeing is real, but ultimately you don't know. And so we're all just trying to investigate to the best of our abilities. At least we hope so, for the most part, in good faith effort. And yeah, we sure appreciate it. It's the middle of the night. So thank you.
I've stayed up many a night, all night long. My wife get up next morning and say, "Are you still up?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm looking at Charlie Kirk stuff." She said, "You're going crazy with this Charlie Kirk." But I couldn't stand it until I figured it out. And then it's drove me crazy trying to find a way to get it out. And I'm just glad, like I said, I'm just happy that I got to talk to y'all tonight and just tell what I believe.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the club.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, he just said, welcome to the club, for sure. Yeah, we're all trying to get to the truth at the end of the day. And that is definitely, a commonality that we can all share. So.
When it's all over with, and we all get the truth, because I feel like I've aged 10 years in the last 8 to 9 months.
Me too. Whew.
All right.
Well, thank you again. Thank you again, John. Have a great night. We really appreciate it. And the audience does too.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Have a good night.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right. So I'm going to try to finish this real fast. If I can find, I just want to finish this since we were in the middle of that. So Hall of Flags here, and then I looked at the stuff underneath the tunnel here. I did the Terrell Farnsworth video here. We walked over here and talked about how the bullet might have went into this pond. We talked about some turtle stuff. We talked about this gate would have to be up. And we talked about, we looked at this little spot right here as well to figure out if there could have been a shot right there. And it looks like there might have been able to be a shot right there because there is a gap between the buildings if you can get onto this roof.
I can't see where your mouse is, so.
It's kind of small. I was pointing right here.
Oh, here you go. Thank you.
That little gap in the 2 buildings right there. I got some close-up videos. I need to post the actual video that I made and fix the audio because there was some ugly audio stuff that I thought was fine, but apparently it's not fine. So I have to remix that. But that'll show you the photos and videos that I took of that potential shooting angle. And then we did the thing with Blake that I still don't understand what on earth he had me do that for. But he had me walk in these doors, then walk down here, and then look out the window, and then go out the little lobby there, and then do something. I still don't understand why. Do you understand why, Kelly?
Why you in the Sorensen Center had to walk through?
Yeah. I asked him that directly the other night, and I still have no clue.
Yeah, I understand. Jordan was doing the right thing, Blake. Just stop.
I keep deleting
Anyway.
comments.
Like,
Do you want? Can you explain to me why? Like, what was the purpose of that?
So, well, he wouldn't explain it fully to me, but my understanding is that it was something along the lines of Phil Lyman story saying that he was walking into the Sorensen and then heard the shot and then walked out, but it didn't exactly make sense because he was trying to, I don't know. Oh, what did he say? He said you banned him?
I don't know what happened. Did you ban him?
No.
I didn't ban him. I clicked the put user in timeout button, but I
Oh,
didn't ban him.
Maybe it was too many times of you deleting his comments.
No,
Anyway.
I think what might have happened is it might have jumped. Like when I pressed the button to say put user in timeout, it might have jumped, and then somehow I accidentally pressed the ban user. I did not mean to ban you.
Okay,
That's probably on Kelly's channel. You'll probably have to fix that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to put him in timeout because every comment was like, anyway. Why did I walk through it?
I don't know. Does it matter at this point? Do we
really
really have to
doesn't.
talk about it? Let's
Anyway.
just keep going. We're in 4.5 hours, so
Yeah, let's yeah, it was a great trip. Learned a lot, got a lot of useful footage. And
I
yeah,
wish
it's
I
a
could have
great
been
trip.
there. I wish I could have been there. Sorry.
yeah.
But
And we got, I think this is the wall. Matthew on X has his theory about this wall that is an alternative shooting position that I don't remember where exactly it is on this, but there's a wall either right here or
it's right in
right
front of
here.
it's right in front of Losi.
Right in front of Losi.
Yeah.
Is it
Right
this
in front
one?
of Losi.
It's this
Hold on,
one,
no,
right?
go back to the courtyard. Okay, go to the courtyard. Okay, then zoom in and then pan over. Okay, now go to the right. Yeah. Okay. Now it's kind of
this
harder
one.
to see. Yeah.
I think that's the wall. That's where Matthew on X, his theory is. He thinks someone was on that wall, and your mom came to the campus the day after me. I wish they came the day I was there, but they didn't. They came the day after I was there, but it worked out because we got to do, I guess, some corrections, like people on the internet complaining that I forgot about this, I forgot about that. So we had backup come in and get some additional stuff. It was great. Sounds about right. The amount of like bullshittery that happens between the two. But yeah, this is an alternative shooting position that's pretty interesting that appears to have line of sight, maybe. So that's pretty interesting. You're completely exposed to all this area, but you're kind of exposed on Losi as well. So it's an interesting theory.
Blake is back. Okay.
How is he back?
Yeah, he's back.
Dude,
So
if
yeah,
you can
look,
hear
you
me,
guys,
I did not mean to ban you. I'm sorry. I did not mean to. It was a bug or glitch or something. I meant to put you in timeout. So I apologize for that.
I
Maybe I
think
should have
maybe
banned you, but it's not my decision.
well, I
'cause
think
it's
maybe
all,
it was one of my fabulous mods and you at the same time.
Maybe,
both
yeah.
trying to both trying to address the situation. So
Yeah,
sorry.
maybe that's what happened. And that can just be a permanent decision. A permanent decision. And I
Oh,
don't
like-
have to get yelled at you for it.
Oh my
All right.
Anyway, all peace and love and investigations around here, at least from the yellow end of the spectrum. Yes, we are sleepy. We're tired. It's almost 5 hours of streaming, you guys. But anyway, I'm so glad that you went to campus, Jordan. I am so proud of my mom for going to campus, my parents. And no, okay, Christy also, she did not actually ban him. She just put him in timeout. I think it was just that maybe they happened at the same time. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. We're like making too big of a deal of it. But it's, it's all about making those in-person visits. I think that are so important to continuing to advance the investigation. So.
Mm-hmm.
And Blake, okay. Oh, Blake. Also, some people were asking earlier when your exclusive boots on the ground video was coming out, but Blake doesn't have exclusive boots on the ground video per se. Just
because you didn't go to UVU. I went to UVU, but you didn't go to UVU.
And my mom went to UVU.
Big lie. Like that whole live stream that he had up is just a big fat lie. That's who Blake is.
Oh, so Amanda says, let's see. I think a group is going tomorrow to UVU. Interesting. Do you know who's going? I'd be curious.
Yeah, I don't like live streams that are just blatant lies.
Look, it's all good vibes here. We had a great stream, almost 5 hours. And
can you get our watch hours up? Maybe we'll be monetized tomorrow.
Hopefully. Yeah, sometimes it takes like 48 hours to all set in. But you guys, if by chance you did not watch the stream on the Try and Prove It channel, please feel free to go on the Try and Prove It channel.
Thank you, Laurie.
Thank you.
Jordan, love you, and Kelly, awesome team. Keep up the good work, and you make people think. Sometimes it's hard for them.
Thank you.
What is TYYYY? I don't know.
Thank you. I guess it's like thank you. That's.
I guess so. Yeah.
That's the way I read it.
I'm not being cordial with my co-host. What? I think I'm being pretty cordial for the most part. I think we're good. Thanks for giving others.
Thank you so much.
I think I'm being cordial. All right. I think that's enough for tonight. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thanks for
Okay,
watching.
good night, everyone. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Be sure to, if you missed out on the stream, watch it on Try and Prove It. We're trying to get those numbers up so we can get that channel monetized and finally, hopefully, start to make a little something here or there.
I was extremely patient, and I know you're talking about me. So thank you. Good night, everyone. Bye.
Bye.